okay, sorry. There's some lagging issues. Hi, okay, hello! I should have known! I should have known! How did I not know? How did I not know? Thank you for the pallet attack, Ozzy. Oh, I got that one! I got that one! So as you guys know, typically we would actually start over in the over in our just chatting screen, but I really want to go get into what our main event is, which is of course pals! Which is of course Where Winds Meet. But I promised the dev of this that we were going to have a look at this a little while ago, and I'm feeling really, really terrible that I've been so busy that I have not had a look at it. So we're gonna look at it right now, because my nerves are so frayed, you guys, right now. Oh my god, I have been trying to get Where Winds Meet to download. I pre-downloaded it, BT dubs. I pre-downloaded it yesterday, and it's for some reason just even though it said it was fully downloaded today, I was like install, and it's been installing for 6 hours. So I don't know what to do about that. So hold on, I'm just gonna turn this down so I can actually hear myself think a little bit. There we go. So we're gonna have a look at this for a little bit, probably about 30-45 minutes, and then we're gonna jump straight on over to Where Winds Meet. I'm very sorry about those of you who've come in expecting to jump straight into it. My goal is, by starting here instead of starting in our just chatting for like an hour, we start here, we do this for about an hour, and that way we still get into Where Winds Meet about the time that we would. 6 hours, oh my fucking lordy lord. Right, gorgeous Young, welcome in, sweetheart. I am very sorry though, that does mean that just for today, I am probably not gonna be scrolling all the way back up, but I will be paying attention to what you guys say. Does it have time remaining? Sure does, Storm. It varies between 6.5 hours, 22 hours, and 30 minutes. Jazz hands. Hello, Sudasetta. Hello, awesome Aussie. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Aussie. Next with us, Jam Slice. Welcome in. Sweet Strat. Welcome in. Exceptional X. How are you? Welcome in. Next with us, Jam Slice. Uppies. Yee. Good Neeks. But I think it's actually done downloading, or it will be in the next few minutes. So I'm excited about that. We're gonna try this. This is a roguelite. This is yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm so it's kind of like it's sort of got like a Tetris inspiration. Okay. 6 hours Child's Play. Our internet has a download speed of 980 megabits per second. So I don't know what's going on. But even Nate was like, I don't have any clue what's happening here. Oh, thank you for the thank you for the cutie king. Thank you so much. Are you downloading through stream? Might be throttled. I think it's done now. I'm worried about it like having patching and stuff, but I haven't started it yet. But isn't that super duper trooper fast download? Yeah. It's supposed to be. I have no idea why it's not super duper trooper fast download. Everything stays. Sure, beautiful Bublin. Can you remind me to do that after we finish Gunny Ascend, like between the two games, and I'll sing that for you? I don't think it's scuff. I tried downloading Far Cry 4 off stream, downloading Fine up to 81, and then took 9 hours. Yeah! Crazy. For AussieNet, that's ridiculously good. Oh yeah, no, we have very fast internet. We pay for it, but like, because I stream and Nate is simultaneously playing games with his friends, we have to have like very fast internet. This is Tetris, but with extra steps. Exactly. I think so. Okay. Let's see what this little guy says. My name is Wacko. Button, and I will be your guide. Let's start. Press the C key to throw. Ooh. Whoa! Well done! Let's move on. Press the space key to jump. Oh, we have actually pretty decent jumpability. Jumpability? Jumpability. Okay. I get it. I'm trying to, do I have to use my, I have to use arrow keys. Got it. Now we will need additional blocks. I got this. Oh, sweet Asado! Thank you so much for the 155 stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredible, honey. I'm running on mobile, so thank goodness this happened. I'm so glad it did. 1. That's incredible. Thank you, Sita. I suggest you start it because you have a notification a little bit of downloading after you start the game before you get to do anything. Okay. I will start it the second we finish this demo. But yeah, wow. Thank you so much, Sita. That is outstanding. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. That's incredible. Thank you, lovely. And Cutie King, thank you for the care package. Excellent, Eugene. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, we can do it during break. Exactly. That's the plan. Okay, now jump to the highest platform again. Careful. We must fix this gap. I really like the little characters in this. It's very cute. Okay, so now we get the Tetris part. So rotate with Z, place with C. Ah. Yes. Okay, rotate with Z, place with C. Oh, this is cute. This is actually pretty cool. Okay, and again. God forbid you fuck it up, though. I do love Tetris, honestly. Storms higher, literally and figuratively. You're doing well, Eugene. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. This guy looks like Bomberman. Oh, he does look like Bomberman a bit. This is the end of the tutorial. Good luck in your adventure. Oh God, please don't be too fast. I'm gonna fucking die. It's Tetris, my oldest and cruelest addiction. I do love Tetris as well. Yeah, it's a roguelike Tetris, kind of, yeah. Try to make multiple lines on a single move to get more points. Okay, Sky High City. So you guys, the plan is by the time that we get to our first break, we will be joining the world of where winds meet. If this doesn't go more quickly than that. I like that it doesn't squish you. Throw those pesky bombs by pressing left, I guess, and protect your floor. Okay, I will try. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! No, I'm not! Oh my God! I'm not ready. See? Fuck! Bro! Okay. No, there's too much pressure. Too much pressure. Okay. Where do I put jump? Okay. No. Okay, don't fuck it up. Yay, I did it. Fill the bar. Gotta listen to the background? Thank you so much, Ozzy, I appreciate it. Cow is not good with pressure, like, at all. Get ready. And where winds meet, there's like these like super hard, like Souls-like boss battles apparently that I heard about. I will be panicking the whole time. Got the first line, baby. Create the lines to fill the bar and complete the level. I wonder if we get like a special like activation ability or something. Oh, fuck! Wait, no, go away. Ah! Okay, give me that. Oh, wait, this is a good spot. Go away. Okay, no, look at me, okay? I'm getting better at this. I think I saw Sedu say don't jinx it. He's totally right. I should probably not do exactly what I'm doing right now. Ooh. Yes. Amazing. Oh. Okay, after randomly change the shape you are currently holding, hold space midair to hover and move sideways. I think we'll do that one. Hi there, cutie CJ. Welcome in. How you doing, hon? It's great to see you. The archery bits will also get you if you're not quick in the game, so be mindful of that. Oh shit, okay. Is it like the troubles I had with Ghost of Yote? Not Yote. Tsushima. Also downloading WWM and Soul. So Soul and I might be in and out. That's all good, X. Oh, I can't wait to see what you guys run into. There's so much going on in that game. Okay, so this is like our inventory space, I think. Okay, let's click the button and test this. Similar to that? Oh boy. And can you not redo it? Like in Tsushima? Okay. Oh yeah, that's so cute. Hold up. If I jump, I can. Okay, I know I read that I can hover, but like I like little jetpack. It's so cute. Thank you for the lurk, Nix. I appreciate you. Had a whimsical dream. Currently trying to capture the part where it was nighttime in my dream. That's interesting. What was your dream about, if I may ask? Oh, oops, that was dumb. I needed to not do that. I needed to, okay, I get it. Here, okay, and then, take good care. Dodge and survive to keep your health bar up. Okay, I'll try. It blew up on me. Oh, wait, okay. Ah, yes, I got it. Is anything gonna come at me? No? Okay, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. Oh my God, there's so much pressure. There's so much. Wait, okay, okay. No, I'm trying to blow the fucking thing up. I'm so sorry. I am not great at this. I do hope that they implement, no, that's gonna break my shit, fuck! I do hope that they end up, enabling WASD because I'm currently, it's not letting me use that. I have to use the keyboard, but, oh my God, oh my God! Ah! I can't get up there! I can't get up there! I'm stuck! No, please, please, let me up! Let me up, please! Okay, oh. Maybe you can change it in the settings? Maybe. Let me try this. So, Tau, bit of advice. The drill is bad. Smart. You are very smart. I'm glad you told me that. I don't know what I would have done without you. Let's see. Oh, maybe you're right, Strat. Looks like you can. Okay, aim up. Aha! Doop, doop. Hello. All right. Okay. All right. Don't worry, Tau. It looks hard. It's also fast. It is fast. It's too fast for me. What is this? Oh, Rebellion HQ. Hold on. I want to know what this is about. Button. You know what the pixel graphics in this remind me of? Actually reminds me of Maple Story. You know how much I love Maple Story. A smuggling shop. Very sci-fi. I reckon that we've got a few pals in here who would really like this game with the sci-fi elements. I'm panicking watching the Tau play this game. So much is happening, Jesus Lord. Your value remains immeasurable. Absolutely, Gorgeous Grim. Sweetest Storm, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Yeah, the pixel art's beautiful, isn't it? I hate how when you pick up a block, you can't deal with the bombs. I know. I'm like, oh fuck. And then if you have the bomb for too long, it just blows up in your face. And if you are trying to wait for the one of the drills to come down, and you're like and then you get double whammy. You get the drill too. Orca. Hi there, outstanding Orca. Welcome in, sweetheart. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. That's amazing! Thank you, lovely. Oh, you! Yes, you reading this. I hope you're having a fantastic day because you deserve all the happiness. As do you, sweetheart. How was your writing and writing? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much again for the 50 stream streak. That is incredible. Thank you for your dedication and support. And Cutie CJ, hi, hon. You sent a thing in the art channel. I will definitely have a look, Cutie CJ. Thank you so very much for sending, and thank you for the 5 stream streak as well. I really appreciate your support and your dedication. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Looks like a really fast-paced game. Yeah, this one's pretty fast. You know what? This is a good warm-up. This is a good warm-up for my fiendies. Okay. Trade some of the characters in exchange for a little coin. Why am I doing this? Don't tell anyone, but this collector is getting on my nerves. If you have coin, I'll trade it for a random character. So what's it gonna be? Interesting. How many coins do I have? I have 30. I don't have enough coins. Hold on. We're gonna have to do one more round, and maybe I'll get 20 extra coins. Okay, demo. All right. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna be better. Oh, I guess in order to be better, I probably have to play the game. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's bouncy! Ah, fuck! No, throw! Ah, shit! Wait! Okay, we got this one. Wait, no, wait, no, that's not the thing I wanted to do either. Okay, that's okay. I'll get it. All right, I want to rotate this bad boy. I want to rotate this, I think. No, don't explode! Oh my god, wait, why is it, oh, I'm not rotating it the proper direction, hold on. Okay, no, I have, oh, you can, if you get stuck down there, okay, that's actually kind of cool. If you get stuck down there and you knock your head against it, it's like, oh yeah, that's all right, we'll let you destroy that. Dude, I swear I'm actually better at Tetris than this. You wouldn't know it, but I swear I seriously am. Do not doubt me. Why are you doubting me? I want to get at least one more character because I'm curious about what having the various characters does for you, I guess. No! I want that to slide under there. You guys know the trick, right? Those of you who have played a lot of Tetris, you know the strat of like putting the like sliding the thing, like one of the pieces underneath just as you get down there. I wanted to do that, but it didn't work out for me. Just chilling with low energy right now. Feels nice. Good. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. Do you want to be a doctor or diplomat? Because you do have the option to do that in Where Winds Meet. Oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna have to see what's involved, but I'm kind of would love to be a doctor. I know that you can like heal other people, which sounds really cool. You never doubt Tetris. Tau does know the ways. See, Grim? See, I know things sometimes. I am also capable of the knowledge. Gotta go back to work. Have fun, Enos. We'll see you soon, gorgeous Grim. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Have a great one at work, okay? Press F to change the core pivot of the block you're holding. Oh, enabling smarter placements. That must be what it is. Increase points received by a 3-line clear. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be great at either of those, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try this one. All the best at work. Yes, indeed. All the best at work, sweetheart. You can heal people, and that's part of the MMO. It's pretty good. I pressed the wrong button again. Oh god. Okay, this. Basically Tetris, but instead of moving blocks, you have a humanoid bot. Yeah, essentially. No, go away, fuck you! Oh, okay, well I blew I blew up one of these things. No, fuck! I'm so bad at this. Is there a drill coming? Is there a drill coming? No! I cannot trust. Okay, that's a drill! That's a drill! No! Oh, fuck! Please don't blow up on me. Please don't blow up on me. Why did the drill go down so far? That's what I'm saying. Oh, wait. I can get this one. Yes, I got it. Okay, all right. Where's another? I do like that. I'm starting to realize that the drills, as they come down, they leave this like trail like that. So I go, wait for it, go. Yeah. Whoa, they actually give pretty reasonable, they reward you pretty well for succeeding in intercepting a drill. I don't know if you noticed, but like my moony go up. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if the best strat is to just do, like, prioritize that. Let's fucking go! Got him, baby! Mooney go upwards. Big Mooney doubloonies. Good, we got a second skill. Okay. Press space midair to perform a second jump. Don't get stuck. Oh, yes, you guys, we have a new new trigger if you do exclamation point rawr. Go ahead. I'll be quiet so you can listen to it. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Raw. Yes, raw, you did it. Thank you. Of course, Cutie Orca. I try to take into account your guys' desires, and I'm so glad I could help with that one. But actually, it was Strat who helped with that one. My voice, but Strat gave me like. Strat is an amazing modager. Seriously. I know I constantly talk about it, but use a sword. Hold on, I want to use a sword. But yeah, no. he provided me with 3 different options, and all I had to do was put it in to mix it up, which is fantastic. Thank you so much, Sweet Chat. Yeah, he's my modager, exactly, X. He's the best fucking modager. Sipsty aggressively, rah, darling. With that sword, you're also a mod now. Modception. Modception. All right, let's try this again. Thank you so much, Sweet Strut. I really appreciate you. I keep on getting so fucking lucky by meeting the most incredible fucking people. I don't know what I do to fool you guys into thinking I'm a decent person to hang around with, but what is that? That's TNT! Ah! Please don't blow me up. Please don't blow me up. Way too unstable. Don't exceed the stability limits when building. Make golden lines to make more space to build. Like I spent some time yesterday with our beloved Snivy, right? Another absolutely astounding person who is a fucking treasure to behold. We've got X in the chat, darling friend of mine. We got Strat, all of you guys in general. The fact that you hang out with me is crazy to me. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know what I did to deserve you, sweetie pies, but I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being just the most... Ah! TNT! How does this... I'm so confused about how to actually utilize it. I probably should have read that a little bit better. Hearts! Oh, I blew up the heart. I blew up the heart, my bad. Oh my god, no, go away! Go away! Oh, fuck, no! You're not a decent person to be around with. You're a great person, the Tao. You're so sweet, honey. Oh. Okay, hold on. I want to go see what this other character thing is. You're very sweet. You guys are amazing people, and I'm so grateful to have you. Thank you so much. You know how levers work? 50 coins! Yes, I will do it. Give me a character. Lock in, Tao! Lock in!
TauTassieTiger, you are doing exactly what you need to do. You are being yourself.
I'm definitely myself, that's for sure. Among Us! Wait, did anyone see? Did we get a new character? Thank you, Sweet Strat. Raw, darling. Zalazana, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Okay, what? I'm gonna pay attention this time. It's a little guy. No, come back! Oh, he's running away. Wait. Oh, that's what you guys were saying Among Us for. I'm so dumb. I was like, Among Us, yeah, Among Us. Huh? Okay. That's really funny. Sussy. Do you get more outfits? I think you actually get different characters. So you can see at the top here, this is their default inventory. So this is what they start with, which is pretty cool. The little guy is from that one game. Is this Bendy and the Ink Machine or something? I know the arms, the little rubber hosey arms. Oh, Henry Sticking. Henry Stickman. Let's see, can we interpret what, hold on, does this, if I highlight this? Wait, I must know. How do I tell? Oh, wait, I see tab. Hold on, tab is what I'm looking for. Aha, there we go, okay. Just a red crewmate trying to finish all the pending tasks, interrupted by a lot of meetings. Okay, so you get started with a sword and a ghost. When you're hit, invulnerability frames are significantly longer. That's pretty cool. What's our other one? Our little, you guys call him Henry? Henry Stickman. Hi there, Althea. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Althea, if you are here for Where Winds Meet, we are going to play that in about 15-20 minutes. I got a message from the dev team on this one though, and I have been meaning to cover this for a bit. So we're just doing this to warm up, and then we're gonna jump into Where Winds Meet. Which has officially, I checked, it is officially finished downloading, so I'm excited. I will go through a tiny bit of character creation, but I'm not gonna spend too much time on it tonight because I want to actually play the game. And yeah. Okay. That was, yeah, there we go. Okay, inventory. Hello! Yo, Henry, I love the Stickman games. I have never played them. Yay, Strat! We're fooling around with this fun Tetris game. Exactly, Sudasetu, exactly. A mostly silent hero who tends to take life one route at a time. Teleporter, press X to stop time and teleport. Adds a new row to your inventory space. That's kind of cool. Okay, you guys seem to love Henry, so let's go with, let's play with Henry. We'll go with the new run. Press me to what? Press, what? Cat. You can customize the character later, so no need to worry. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, let's try this. Welcome to a Tao stream. Great way to start my birthday. Happy Hana! Happy birthday, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. A very warm welcome to you and a very happy birthday. Would you like me to sing you a happy birthday song? There's no pressure. I don't have to do it if you don't want me to. Zoinks. Money, money, money. Precious Perry! How are you, sweetheart? It's good to see you. I'm so sorry I didn't get to go through everybody like I normally would today. It's just because I want to make sure that I'm getting as much of this stuff done as I possibly can at this exact moment in time. Oh, that's sick. Okay, what happens if I go up here? That's so cool. I actually love the teleportation ability. I forgot that that's something I can do, even though I literally just read it, but pretty cool. It's been a while since you sang the happy birthday song. It has. It really has. Damn, the chat lit up. Absolutely. We want to wish you a happy birthday. You would love to hear happy birthday. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Halu. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Yay! Happy birthday, cutie pie! Thank you so much for coming in on your birthday. It means the world. I appreciate you. Hip hip! Yay! Yay! I'm so happy that you're here, sweetie. Thank you so much for joining us for your birthday. What an honor. And I hope you slept well. I hope your morning is starting off well. 2 in the morning, as it's hard to sleep on my birthday. Oh my gosh, do you have Crimbus? What's it called? Crimbus syndrome, where you have trouble sleeping right before something really exciting happens, like your birthday. What is that? What the fuck? Oh my god! Ah! Ow! What in the fuck is that? I have not had to deal with that yet. You can't just throw this at me, game. Explode! Yes, got him, bitch. I expect praise because I got over 5 hours sleep. Praise you shall have, my dear. I am very impressed, Strat. Excellent work on the sleeping the getting of the sleeps. No! Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Oh, shit. This is unstable. This is unstable. Christmas, Thanksgiving, everything, really. Life is just so exciting! Ah! Oh, fuck! That's right. Ah! Oh, God. Okay, hold on. I gotta intercept this. Please don't blow me up before I can reach the... Ah, I got it. Yes. Look at me, guys. I am an expert at this game now. Fuck. Raw, darling. Raw! Okay, I'm not an expert. I did just accidentally ham fist my way through there, and I did not press the right button. That's okay. Who needs the right button? Am I right? Tell me I'm right. I am getting better though. I am surprised with myself. It was 7 a.m. and I was still in bed. I'm so freaking proud of you. Let's go, Strat. That's amazing. Bombs only detonate when hit or thrown. Yes! Please, God! Give me that. God, please. Okay, my life is so much easier now. I hope to get Bone Lab for my birthday so me and my buddy can play. What is Bone Lab, hun? Okay, now, bombs might be more like my friend. I like a friendly bomb. What is this? What is that? What are those? What in the fuck? Okay, that's explosive. Explosive? What are they doing here? What are you? Oh, it's a happy bomb! I think that's the idea of that one, I think, maybe. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Does that hurt stuff when it touches it? I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared of, Oh, nice. I'm a little bit scared of when those things start, putting out those weird, like, glowy balls. I'm guessing I don't want to get hit by them. Is it okay to explode that? It's just, oh, no? Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, I kind of want to test it. I want to see if this is gonna hurt me. Oh, oh, fuck. I can't test things. I can't test things. It's illegal. Okay. I focus too much on the testing part, and I forget the rest of the game. Yes! Double whammy. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stand here, and we're gonna see if this hurts me. Oh, it does. Okay. Yep, okay. That does hurt me. Let's go see what other animals we get. I mean, characters. Hold on, I think we might be able to get another one. 150! Let's go. Actually, I really think that the, they have a bunch of, like, licensed characters, don't they? Okay, he just runs away, and I'm just like, please come back. And he's so scary. What is wrong with, he's soulless. Terrifying. Okay, what is his skill set? Francis, that's not my neighbor. Though something feels off, he is just a milkman finding his way home to his apartment. Yikes. Press X to temporarily slow down time. Must recharge between uses. Falling into miasma costs 1 heart instead of instantly defeating you? There's miasma in this game too? Test failed successfully. Correct. They all look so cute. They do, don't they? They're all really cute. I do really like all of these characters. Very cute. By the way, lovely learner, how are you? By the way, I don't know if you got to it because you have been busy, but I did send a draft of the Christmas event. Let me know of any of the changes. I will have the final draft ready. Thank you so much, Saints. I really appreciate you. What would I do without you? You're amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, let's go be scary. Let's go be scary. I will definitely have a look, sweetheart. I should have time on Monday or Tuesday, probably. Okay. Weekending mood I am. Ooh, you're in a weekend mood, are you? Well, we're very happy to have you. I hope that the week leading up to this weekend has not been too trying for you, darling. Ah. Okay, look, guys, I'm getting slightly more organized, but if I say anything, I am genuinely afraid I'm gonna jinx myself, so maybe I'm just not gonna say anything about how kind of semi-confident I'm feeling. This is actually a really cool game. I think is the demo currently available? Or was it only for Steam Next Fest, possibly? I'm not sure. But I do think that if you like Tetris and you like roguelites, you probably will like this. Who can sleep on their birthday when they know that their friends are coming over for a big party? That's so cute, Halu. I love that. That's super fun. Super short, just 2 pages of a PDF with a lot of space, and it's almost done. I will just beautify it and add stuff for that you want me to. Thank you so much, Street Stat. I appreciate it. Thank you. It is a neat concept. It is, isn't it, Ozzy? And I fucking love Tetris. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, we do have to try this. Not available at the moment, but it will be out for launch later. You can wishlist it though. Cool. Okay, nice. Heart blocks have a higher chance to appear, a smart choice when you're low on health. Hold space midair to hover. Okay, I think I probably could use a little bit of, yeah. The link to the Steam page is in the pinned comment. Perfect. Thank you, Sleet Strat. This game got way more fun looking after you unlock characters and unlock more things. Wow. Yeah, no, I agree. It takes a little bit of time to kind of get adjusted to it. Oh, these are cool characters. Oh, I need to explode this. Go. Yes. But yeah, no, this is actually, I could definitely see this becoming quite addicting, to be honest. And like I said, it looks like they've got quite a few licensed characters that you normally would probably not see. So they must be like working with some of these companies or something. That'd be my guess anyway. And yeah, once you learn how to play the game, it's a lot more fun too. I was just busy fucking screaming for the first 10 minutes, but yeah. And since the other thing, you can change your keybinds, which is huge. Like, I'm so glad that Strat mentioned that because I'm so used to things not allowing you to change your keybinds. So I just kind of assumed that you couldn't. I'm very glad that you said that we could. Strat. Why is Milkman here? Very good question. Just for fun, just to keep you on your toes. Have you seen those Tetris championship videos? I wish I had that level of concentration, but... Ooh, checkpoints now have I didn't even look at the other one. Can I get out of this? Oh yeah, I can, cool. Bombs only detonate. Yeah, okay, no, we want this. This is my friend. I think it's kind of cool as well that you can, like, even your inventory like this is managed based on Tetris. You can like change the direction of stuff. That's pretty cool. Tetris everywhere and not a drop to drink. This guy isn't my neighbor. Is that from the Pizza Power game? Oh, is that where it's from? Thank you for the lurk, Osmozy. I appreciate ya. Alrighty. I just think it's funny the way that he runs, the way this guy runs, and his head is just like... Oh, fuck. Oh, what is that? Oh, God, no, please, what the fuck is that? Every single, okay, blow that. Oh, fuck, I can't blow it up. I can't blow that up. Really? Really? I can't? Are you sure? Like, if I go like, no, ow. Okay, nope, I cannot blow it up. That's really, really, truly unfortunate. Oh no, these are worse than they were before. Fuck. Heart. Wait, how do I, huh? How do I use this heart? I need the heart though. I'm confused. Please. Oh, I think it has to, why am I floaty? Did I slow down time? Oh, I think that's one of his abilities, isn't it? Oh God, this is turning into a really big fucking mess, actually. No! Drill bits! I fucking swear to God. Hi there, Magnificent Monstera. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Oh, fuck, not another one of these. I hate those. I was just feeling more confident and then they ruined it. Then they were like, no, not allowed. Oh God. Oh God. No. Oh my God. This is a nightmare. Oh God. Oh fuck, please. I want this heart so bad. I'm gonna die. I'm literally gonna die if I don't get this heart. It's not me being dramatic. I will die. Ow! I fell in the hole. Hayes has a crazy storm where he is, and I'm jealous. Oh, Lav, wait your turn. The storm will come by you too, I'm sure. All right. I think I can't afford that. How dare? All right, we'll do, let's do one more run, and then we're gonna go on a break, and then when we get back, we will play some Where Winds Meet. All right, I'm gonna try this again. This little fucking guy, I do not appreciate. I do wonder if each character has their own, like, those weird things that keep on falling that seem to have multiple interactions with the player. I wonder if each character decides what that is. Like, the Milkman has, Francis has those kind of Super Mario Brothers style, swinging things that we just saw, and then maybe Henry gets the ones with the little like balls of lasers going off the side. I'm not sure if that has to do with the stage or with the character, but hoi hoi Tao, Monstera is attempting to rebuild their art style in 26. Prep is starting from scratch again, and it's hard. Oh, Monstera, that's okay, sweetheart. I believe in you. I bet you're gonna absolutely ace it. For the record, though, you have a gorgeous art style already, but I do understand wanting to reinvent it. I do that a lot, but I never get away from my actual art style. That's so funny. You think it's randomized, Loner? Okay, yeah, you might be right. Thank you for the care package, Incredible Iridius. How are you doing? What's your guys' favorite cake? Mine's, oh God, carrot cake's good. Without those stupid raisin stores, and for some reason, I'll add for some reason, so I'm praying for homemade carrot cake today. That does sound really, really good. Ooh, a heart to your health capacity. We are totally trying this. My favorite, if you can call it a cake, I love tiramisu. Tiramisu is my favorite. It's roguelite, so it should be random. Oh, that's a good point. It is, yeah, that's actually a really good point. I forgot about the fact that I've said roguelite 85 times and then forgot what that is. Good point, good point. What in the fuck is that? Ah! That was the most epic thing that I think I've done in a long time. Did you see that shit? That was like me confronting my fears and just... I love cake! Ah! Cake is cake? That's true, I do love cake. Generally, cake is, there's not a lot that you can do for me to not love cake. I'm waiting for the next... got him! Alright, this one, and where's another knife? I feel the knife coming on. Where is it? Where is it? Ah! Okay, I have to let that go. Fuck, there it is. No, I didn't mean to slow down time. Okay, listen, these knives, they look scary, but they're not nearly as bad as the things that decide to just like crawl all over the entire screen. That was really annoying. Yeah! Color theory is important, but I'm looking at the wheel with my special colorblind eyes whispering, what colors are these into the void? If you ever want any help with color theory, lovely Monster, you're welcome to post it in the Discord. I'm sure people would help you. Speaking of cake, look a knife to cut cake with. True! Saying any word enough makes it lose all meaning. Like if you say butterfly enough, you will forget why a bug is called that. That's a good point. Cheesecake though. Soul-made protein malt cheesecake for my breakfast this week. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty fucking good. Okay, we're gonna be invincible. I'm getting all of the survivability things right now. I had a Belgian biscuit flavor ice cream. Oh, that reminds me. I actually fucking love Biscoff. Okay, as of moving to Australia, I love Biscoff. But anyway, biscuit flavor ice cream. And it was delicious, just as good as the American pie one. American mud pie. Yum. How many? Okay. For my Aussies in the chat, how do you guys feel about Woolies mud cakes? Mud cakes? Uh-oh, I'm gonna get yelled at. You know, mud cakes. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Is that right? Why do I feel like that sounds strange to say? Great but rich. Yeah, they like, it gets stuck in your teeth. But it is pretty good. It's perfect if you are a bit on the poor side and you still want like a rich chocolatey treat. I did have a rose Biscoff gelato. Rose Biscoff gelato? What even is that? That sounds bomb. Oh my God. You love it, Bublin? Yeah. Apparently that's like a fairly traditional thing to have for a lot of like birthdays when you're younger. Is that right? I wish that would go away. I don't like this thing. It's gonna fucking kill me. It's not my favorite because it's gonna fucking kill me. Knife? Knife? No? Okay. Damn it. Ah! Ow! No! At least I got some iframes from almost dying. Oh, boo. Oh, if I stand on this, is that okay? I keep on accidentally pushing the slow down time button. Oh, and I just accidentally killed myself a little bit. Ah, crap. There's something very satisfying about the blade like cracking and then exploding. I really like that animation. There. Can't wait to spend my birthday with my friends and getting some voice grunts done for the Tau game, as it will have options for the game about dialogue, so it's all silent, or it has the Undertale style with just a lot of ow. Full voice acting, lots of coding with great results. Oh, that's great. I'm so happy that you're enjoying making it, sweetheart. Remember not to work too hard. It is your birthday. Yes. Please don't send any more of those stupid little shooty thingies down. I hate them. Sword, knife, where? Nope, okay. Knife, knife! Yeah! Aha! Look at us go! That's my life, bro. Find a foodie. All I'm saying. Yeah, true though, true. Okay, increase points received by a 2-line clear. Press F to spawn core blocks directly into your hands. Ideal for speedrunners. Oh, that's not me. My brain doesn't work on speedrunning time. Good job. Thanks, Sweet Strat. You're doing great. Thanks, Sweet Sanu. This game is actually quite addicting. I could definitely play some more of this. We won't tonight, but like I could definitely see us having a grand old time with this one. I actually wonder if getting this on controller would be prudent. I feel like I might have better luck, possibly. Not that we're having bad luck right now. Things are going okay. Not that I'm jinxing it. Wait, nope. Yeah, gotcha, bitch. Actually, seriously, once you get into the swing of this, it's pretty fucking sick. You feel like you actually know what you're doing, which is a really marvelous feeling for someone who doesn't feel like they know what they're doing most of the time, which is me. That's me! Hi, guys! Give me that. Oh, I fucked that one with oopsie. Ah! Okay. We'll need to try Ball X Pit. That's true. We actually do fucking need to do that. Oh, what is that? That's probably gonna kill me. What is it? Oh, banana peels! What is that? Huh? Did it just spawn a boss? What the shit? Die! Raw, darling. Raw, darling, indeed. Huh? No! It repeats it! I hate it! No! Okay, die. Okay, we have to like drown it under there if we wanna not have to deal with it again. Ow! Shit! Damn. I need another bomb. Yep, this one. Yep, I'll take that. Bah! Oh, fuck, I missed. How? How do you miss that? Oh, man. Okay, next one. All right, he's gonna come through and, yeah. I cannot believe it. He's not even moving that fast. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. It's gonna be a while before I stop repeating it after you guys. How is it still alive? Oh, damn it. Okay, I was pretty close. I thought it was gonna actually level up again. All right, let's do another character grab, and then we'll go on a break, and we will get over to, who is that? She's cute. Who is that? He's He's cute. Let's go look at them. The raw dolly is going to be used for every occasion. Happy, sad, angry, annoyed. We have a raw for it all. This is so true. All right, let's go have a look at these guys. Then we'll go on a break. And when we get back, we'll be joining everyone in Where Winds Meet. Raw, okay, darling. Raw, darling. I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. There we go. No, wait. Hello, hold on. Edge! Planet Cube Edge. A clever engineer with an unusual courage, willing to give everything to protect his people. Press X to perform a short and fast dash forward. Great for dodging or repositioning. If you use your C button, you can shoot up being able to stun enemies or falling objects. That sounds really handy, actually. What about her? She's so cute. This character's adorable. Hold on, I'm gonna look at her. Amy, Wind and Water, Puzzle Battle. Charismatic, energetic, and ready for any puzzle you throw her way. Hold space to fly freely in any direction while your energy lasts. Okay, damn. Press F to change the core pivot of the block you're holding, enabling smarter placements. I actually didn't even bother looking at that, but I should look at that. Well, that was very cool. What do you guys think of it? I'd love to have a report to give back to the devs. Would you guys maybe want to go and wishlist this? Did this persuade you perchance? Hey, Tal, have a question. What's up, Magnificent Monstera? Please tell. There seems to be way more characters than I expected. Yeah, it looks like they like, I'm guessing that there'll be a few on each platform, maybe like 4 up here. It looks like there's a lot. I'd love to try it out. 'Twas interesting, I liked it, I think it's pretty fun. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys think so. I think so too. I thought it was very cool. Too fast paced for me? Also fair, Loner. It is definitely a faster paced game. All right, cutie pies. Well, thank you. Huge thanks to the awesome dev team behind Gunny SN. We had a great time with it. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Can we see the settings again for a bit? Sure. What would you like to see? The controls? Because yeah, you can have a gamepad, which is pretty sick. Again, I think I would probably like to play with the gamepad sometime. You don't like Tetris? Oh, fair enough, Bublin. Yeah, I suppose if you aren't a big fan of Tetris, you probably won't enjoy a Tetris-based game. Yeah, you can, it looks like emote up. Maybe you can do multiplayer? Just want to know if you can slow it down a bit. Oh, I don't think you can. Let's see. No, it looks like audio, graphics, and controls. That's kind of it. Oh, I still gotta sing. That's true, Ozzy. Thank you. Time to sing, beautiful Bublin. Yes, we will sing, and then we will go on our break, and then when we get back, we will play some Where Winds Meet. All right. Don't mind me. That's Where Winds Meet. Was it Everything Stays, Sweetheart? That was more fun than I was expecting. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool too. Oh, Halu, thank you for the mom voice. Okay, we won't start the timer on that until we get back from break. So I'll sing, then we'll go on. Oh, you want me to sing in the mom voice? I actually don't know if I can. I already implement the mom voice into this song. Okay, it's pretty skill-based, but once you get it, it will become addictive. 100%. I totally agree. All right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly in little ways when everything stays. Thank you for the song request, Sweet Bublin. I hope that was okay. We're gonna go on this quick break, cutie pies. When we get back, we are diving straight into Where Winds Meet. Thank you so much for being patient with me, sticking around while I tried out that awesome demo, Gonna Send. Please do check it out. And I'm so glad you guys like my singing. Thank you, sweethearts. Sweetie pies, I will see you in 3. Hold on, I just realized I am missing Stream Avatar. Almost was like boss battle. Where's the boss battle? Got it. Got him. I caught myself. It's not scuff if I oh, what's that mean? Zoinks. What was that about? What was that about? I think I broke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. I don't know. Okay, I might have to, we'll troubleshoot that. We're not playing boss battle tonight, I guess. Sorry. I am not sure what's happening there. This is not functioning at the moment. No boss battles for my precious pals today. What about lurk bait? How is our fishing game gonna go? Oh, wait, it says it's running. Oh no, it crashed. Okay, let's here. Okay, we got lurk bait. We can fish. Okay, I love you guys. I'll see. Yeah, just fish for food, guys. Fish for food. All right, sweeties. I will see you in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon, and we will jump into the world of Where Winds Meet together momentarily. Stick with me. Love you lots. See you soon. Hey, how disjointed all his parts are. His eyes looking in different directions at different times. It let me get our let me get the welcome to Where Winds Meet, a beautiful world of darkness and light. This is the whole game. Lovely love, uppies. Yee, good laugh. Nix, Matos slice, jam slice, uppies. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being, uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, Exceptional X. Welcome back, gorgeous Glenja. Welcome back, beautiful Boblin. That was anticlimactic. Welcome back, Magnificent Monstera. Game just a circle. It's true. The voice acting in this is pretty good. I'm very excited. Awesome. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Did that scare you guys? It just scared me. Sorry. Okay. Select the guidance mode for exploration. Quests and activities provide clear guidance. Recommend for casual players, MMO players, and action players. Moderate. Recommend for players who enjoy casual open world exploration. Minimal. More challenging and immersive exploration. I think we're gonna do moderate. I am, well, I don't know. I am a fucking MMO gamer. I am a degenerate. Happy Halu, uppies. Yee, good Halu. Oh, hi there, cutie Scarlet. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the head pet. Thank you, lovely. And thank you for the care package as well. Also, mom voice time. All right, mom voice time. Moderate. Select a control mode, ARPG. Move the mouse to control the camera. Or hold left and right mouse button and drag to control the camera. I actually might do ARPG, even though, yeah, let's try it. Difficulty, let's do recommended. Balanced enemy difficulty during exploration. No extra time stop and assist prompts when enemies use skills. Let's do that. That's the recommended. I always try to do what the team recommends. Ready to shove my face against my screen to admire the graphics very closely? Me too. Is that the voice I ordered? It sure is. Hello. I hope you enjoy it. Shared Journey focuses more on multiplayer and social experiences with guided and information from other players. Guidance. Focusing on solo open world exploration with reduced player guidance. Optionally cooperate with other heroes for difficult encounters. I can change this anytime, right? I figure maybe we'll start with Lone Wanderer, and then if we have any precious pals who are playing tonight or another time, maybe we can, all the preferences can be changed later. Excellent. Let's try this. I like the bell. Very pretty. Big Ghost of Tsushima vibes at the moment. Cool fan. Young. Horse.
It's you. That's right. Here to take you in. Even at the end of the road. A drink to wet your throat. Well, how is it?
Bland.
Spring's bounty in Jiangnan tastes sweet. Shall we go together?
No.
Worried on my account? Don't be. The cowards probably wouldn't dare.
Absolutely, Monstera. Enjoy your delectable cauliflower breakfast.
Seize him! Retrieve the Gen 1 chain! Zhongyan! You slew your own father and stole the chain! You stand condemned before all!
The secret within that pendant must be quite something.
No, come on.
After him! Don't let him flee with the Gen 1 chain!
Whoa. Whoa. That's pretty sick.
After them! After them!
Cool,
They're here!
Very cool.
Don't let
Hi,
them get
Fabulous Frostbite.
away!
How are you? Good to see you.
They're here!
Get him. This is so cool.
The whole world's after you, yet you still won't tell?
You're one to talk. Still inviting me to Jiangnan?
What of it? The two of us against the world. What a delight.
Never seen a...
They even brought out the fire cannons.
Oh, this is cool.
Sharp as ever.
Quiet, watch out!
I think I missed that one. This is fucking sick. This is so cool. Love the archery. This is so sick, isn't it? Frostbite, sweetheart, I wanted to thank you so much for the very kind review that you left as well.
Even the Orient Pavilion takes interest? You're in more trouble than I thought.
Cold feet?
Look at that. Xiang Yan, the stone-faced hero, finds humor in desperation.
Beautiful, isn't it? Can you believe this is free to play? Takes you back to RDR and GOT. It's so much fun. It's very cool. Wow. Oh my goodness. Baby cheek. Baby cheek got scratched. Scary.
This is getting interesting, just like old times.
The horse hurt, I know! Hiya! At least thank the horse when you step on it and jump away. Indeed. Okay, yeah, start the tutorial, that's fine. I will practice. Okay, when fully depleted, your character is defeated. Very fair. Once depleted, the character will enter an exhausted state, becoming unable to defend against incoming attacks. Keybinding area displays the main actions that can currently be performed. Lock and switch targets. Press, middle to lock onto a target, and again to cancel it. A white dot will appear above the locked target. Sounds good. Weapons are tied to various martial arts skills, offering damage control and healing effects. To attack, left click. Q to unleash martial arts skill and defeat enemies. You can also try other attack methods based on button prompts. That's so cool. Dude, the animations are amazing. Wow. The effects of Mystic skills vary. When deployed strategically, they can have extraordinary combat effects. All right, press 1. Whoa. What the fuck? That's so cool. Bruh. So sick. Fire, baby! Whoa! That's insane! How is this free to play? That's what I'm saying! Defense can reduce a certain percentage of damage, while dodge can completely avoid enemy attacks. Both defense and dodge consume endurance. Left to defend and counter, shift to dodge. Is it... what do they... Oh, wait, double click? Oh no, shift, got it. Oh, is that like a perfect dodge kind of thing? I need to get the parry timing right there. I might have better luck at doing perfect dodges actually on second thought. That's fucking cool. I love breathing fire. What the fuck? This is free? It is, CJ. Feel free to go and download. It's a massive file, but it's pretty cool. I'm getting Twitch drops for wearing me. Oh, I wanted to actually, so sorry. Thank you so much for that reminder. You guys are getting like, you're getting like, I'm gonna put drops live. How about that? You're getting it from me, right? You're not like, I'm just curious because I don't want to accidentally end up, yeah, drops around. Great. Okay, awesome. I'm already playing this and it's so fun. Isn't it cool, Althea? I've been really interested in it for like a few months now. Strat, I think, sent it to me initially and I've been really quite fascinated. No pay to win too. That's true. That's true. It's all just really badass cosmetic stuff. Yeah. I need a PC. You should get it. Yes, you should. See to CJ. Also, it looks like you guys think that the volume's a tad loud on the game, so I'm gonna turn it down a tad. Okay. Press E just before you're hit. Oh, to deflect. Oh, gotcha. Deflect and counter. Red skills cannot be defended against, but they can be deflected. Successful deflection can yield a large amount of damage. Golden skills cannot be deflected and cannot be defended against. Okay, so golden skills, you just gotta fucking go. So, let's practice. Okay, that was too late. Oh yeah, cool. Okay, assist deflection. After enabling assist deflection, the time before being hit will slow down. Is that after enabling it? So it's not, they don't necessarily want you to do that. This is cinema, it is, right? I'm gonna leave early as I have a party to plan and get ready. Absolutely, Cutie Halu. Enjoy your wonderful birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday again. Thank you for dropping in, we appreciate you. And yeah, have a great party. You can dodge the golden ones, yes, but you can't deflect or guard. I missed the lurk button. What game is this? This is, lovely loner, this is called Where Winds Meet. It is a new global release of a Chinese wuxia game. It's been in China for a while. Insight points. Consume during auto deflection and slowly recover over time. Fucking awesome! Bruh, this is so cool. Oh, he's dead. Enable it? No. Give me hard mode, blah, blah. Chinese? Does that mean martial arts? It certainly does. It certainly does. Oh, fuck! Whoa, he's got, oh, fuck, dude, he's got a massive swing. Okay, I lied. I'm sorry. Oh. Ow! Oh, fuck, dude! Fuck, dude! This is pretty cool. Oh, dodge! Wait, there's is X the healing button? Oh! Fuck! Oh my god. No, not after vitality? Okay. Exit stroll mode? What is that? Oh, I should have pressed F. Oh, yes! Dude, this is so fucking cool. Ow. 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 Ow, what the fuck was that? I don't even know what that move was. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna take another sippy. Another sippy! Ah! Hi there, Valiant Void. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. Ow. Dude! Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm exhausted again. This is such cool combat. Is this what I'm missing when I'm not playing, Oh, what's he doing? When I'm not playing Souls-likes? Also, am I still holding a fucking baby, by the way? Oh my god. I should play more Souls likes. Just kidding. Just kidding. No. Never. What is this? What is this? Whoa! Sick! Kill him! Yes! All out attack! This has its own unique flavor and isn't as dark as Souls likes. That's a good point. Oh, don't go in the ear. Please don't go in the yucky, yucky, yucky. Elden Ring looks different. Hi there, Joyce Jasmine. Been a while. How are you? Pretty sure the baby ate a lot of those strikes. Probably. You're pretty. I'm good, Tao. How are you? I'm doing great, sweetheart. I'm very excited about this game. That's why we're streaming on a Saturday. Cool cat. What? Panther. Hora! Wow. Hi, lovely Hora. It's great to see you. Long time no see. How you doing? I definitely play this. You should, Jasmine. It's free to play. Ooh, our friend just got stabbied. Ew, yucky. Doing all right? That's good to hear. It's free. It is, Jasmine. Are you gonna try this, Hora? Download just finished. Gonna play it as well? Let's go, X! Heck yeah, I hope you have a great time.
Tao, the comfort that comes from your energy is enriching. Hope you know your community, including me, draw from you comfort and strength.
Oh, thank you so much, Sason, and I really appreciate such kind words, sweetie pie. Yeah, well, I hope that you guys know that I greatly draw from your amazing energy and kindness and strength and comfort. Thank you so much, lovely Sonnen. That is so sweet of you to say. Thank you, honey bun. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is your first time seeing it. It's free to play. It's just a really big fucking file. But yeah, it looks pretty sick. Were you following this game or a certain someone suggested it to you? I was following it since Strat sent it to me originally, I think. So it's been a few. Oh, I got a message. The X is playing too. Cool.
When will you finally let me go out there?
The Jungho?
Yeah, those merchants passing through Jingha told me all kinds of things. It sounds so fun.
Basically both. Yeah, yeah. Apparently when Wind Meets has Twitch drops. It does. It does.
The North Alliance and lots of new sects too.
Oh, cool.
I heard some can use moves from every sect. They were put in the Wulin Journal and became heroes in the Jianghu.
So you aim to master them all?
As long as I keep practicing, I know I can. I'll join you, Uncle John.
Everyone's hot. Why is
Just like
everyone
the heroes
hot?
in the merchant stories. We'll roam the Jianghu together.
These visuals making me lose my mind. I know. Don't hurt the little butterfly. Tao! Sorry. Sorry, my bad. Ah, okay. Okay. So we can, is it, so Strat, do you know if it's like free of charge to change your body type and stuff? Realistic. Oh, I like the realistic one. Let's do grunge. Grungy. The voice acting is pretty good, isn't it? The lore is a lot of fun, so pay attention to it. Okay, I definitely will. Interesting. So wait, are these? Oh, whoa, she's cool. Oh, this one's named Nyx. Wait, his name is Unk Zhang? I guess so. It's made by, it's published by NetEase, yeah. It's free. You get an item and you have to meet a lady and she'll let you change your appearance according to what I heard. Nice, okay. Hi there, Radical Ram. Welcome in. Don't apologize. You're welcome to lurk. No worries. I think we'll go with this one to start with, I suppose. And then let's record your voice. Record your voice to generate. Uh-oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh my god. Okay, let's just try this. I just want to try this. I'm gonna try 3 different voices. Okay. All right, we're gonna read this 3 different times to see what happens. The yellow river flows far away among the white clouds, and there is an isolated city on the towering mountains. What happens? What are you gonna watch it be like? You're a grandma! Failed to analyze! Okay, hold on.
The yellow river flows far away among the white clouds, and there is an isolated city on the towering mountains.
No! It won't analyze! I'm so sad! Okay, I'll try my regular voice. The yellow river flows far away among the white clouds, and there is an isolated city on the towering mountains. Okay, never mind. That's such a bummer. That'd be so funny, dude. What? Scammed! Anime pro tag ass voice. Oh! The yellow river flows far away among the white clouds, and there is an isolated city on the towering mountains. Fuck. Okay, that's a whole clip. Never mind. Fine. I'll do it myself. Imagine if that worked. Imagine. What do you mean won't analyze? Maybe it's a bit wonky right now. I think so, yeah. Unfortunately. Not the Ash impression. You don't like my Ash impression? Ooh. Maybe you can try something shorter. Well, it says it wants me to read this. So what is F1 intro? Upload an audio clip to automatically convert it into an initial character appearance. You can then further refine the details to suit your preferences. Once the appearance is generated, the audio clip will be deleted and will not be used for any AI training. Oh, yo, I like that they added that in there. Too bad it doesn't work. Do a Naruto impression? I can't. I unfortunately cannot. Okay. How does this work? Try on? Cute outfits? Oh my god, she's so cute. Surely we can get because I like the slitted pupils, so I want to make one yellow and one blue. That last sentence was super important to me. Me too, Hora, me too. Yeah, no, I'm thrilled that it actually says that. I did not expect it to say that. Okay, background. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful, dude. Pose. Oh, cool. Cool, so cool. Okay, how do I guess, is the next step gonna be, yeah, cool, okay. All right, I'm not gonna do too much. I just want to, I won't actually fuck around with oh my God, look at all the details here. Overall brow ridge. Oh, wow. I can't wait for some Black Desert Online levels of crazy shit to come out. Because I was like, oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the clip, Ozzy. There's smart customization. Yeah, so that's that's one of the things that was supposed to be smart about it. It's not as smart, I think. Time to spend the next 24 hours on character customization. I promise I won't do that. I promise I won't do that because I do want to play the game. But I actually would really like to have, I wonder if they let me, do they let me put a notch in my eyebrow? I need my bisexual notch. What am I supposed to do without it? Ah! Or eyes? Can I change overall eyes? Left, do you not change the color yet? Is it in makeup or something? I cannot wait for the Monster Factory for this one. Same. Same. Thank you so much though, Ozzy. I definitely haven't spent the last half an hour raving in my bedroom with colorful lights and techno music. Oh shit, have fun, Ram. Have fun. You're downloading now? Let's go, Jasmine. Go for makeup. Oh, it has the option there. Okay, great. All right, eyebrows. Oh, nice. You actually can get slitted eyebrow. Ooh, that is so cool. Advanced, can I do left specifically? Oh, that's very cool. I don't want both eyebrows. I just want one eyebrows. Okay, well, fine. If I got thicky eyebrows. Maybe like that? No, not like that. Probably like that. Is there not a way to... Oh, and you can change the color. That's pretty nice. Can I get some blue up in here? Dark blue. Ah, I see. Okay. Singular. I want one. The color might be overall eyeball. The Tau. Oh, I did look in there. Ooh, I like the shonen eyebrow. Hi there, amazing apparition. How are you doing? Asymmetry ain't a thing here, huh? Apparently not. I'm kind of surprised though. I would think it's in advanced, but maybe not. Hair flow. Oh, ooh. I don't know if you can have different colored eyes. You can do a lot of other stuff though. Can change the size as well. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see here. Pupils. Whoa, look at all these options. Wait, oh, you can change. You can. Oh, sick. Okay, hold on. Sick and right. Oh, pretty. There, what do you think? How do I look? And I get my slitted eyes too! Look at all these options, man. Holy. That's so sick. Pupil size? Ooh. I can like really, okay, hold on. If we make that 80 and then we make the left one 82. Not 82, 80 as well. And then iris size. Pretty. Ah, I'm so glad you think so. 55. Oh, wait, I just realized I somehow wound up with yellow on this side too. Hold on. That's really cool. That's so sick. Okay, nice. Oh, eye shine? Oh, I can choose my eye shine. They're gonna be sparkly. Oh, pretty. That's so cool. Do we look alike? What do you think? What do you think? I love my friends. My friends are hot, and that's okay. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you're okay with them being hot. Was talking about you mostly? Oh, Ram, you're so sweet. Oh, there's a heart one. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. Let's see. I see the resemblance. Excellent. Let's see. We got eye shape. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Can we make... Okay, eyeshadow. My red. Oh, cool. We got it. Okay, I promise I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not gonna do too much. I'm not gonna do too much. We're gonna play the game. Fuck, there's so much cool stuff here. Hold on. I can't in good conscience play this game and not customize at least a little bit. You know what I mean? What are we supposed to do? Eyeliner time. Black. So cool. You get a marks. Oh my God, are you two sisters? Twins. You can have cool marks on the face. Check that as well. Okay, we'll do. Tao is becoming the anime character she was always meant to be. Finally. Oh, I like that. Yeah, eyelashes. We love eyelashes in this house. Okay, those are a little bit, even for me, that's a little bit much. I feel like we need like the manga like that. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. Not gonna do too much 5 hours later, that's true. This game reminds me of a game I used to play called Naraka Blade Point. I've heard of that, actually. I have heard of that. The characters look beautiful, don't they? They are so pretty. I don't really have, I kind of want to fade that back a bit. Maybe there. Layered lipstick. Oh, that's pretty cool. Glacé. Lip lines. Wow, that's very cool. Okay. Facial accessory. Is that maybe what Strats? Oh, I can have a pretty little flower. I don't suppose they'll allow freckles because freckles are not tasteful to anyone but me, apparently. I don't know. I love my freckles, but not everyone does. Oh, you know what? Okay, I actually IRL and my model both have on the left side, like directly diagonal to my left eye. There is a little beauty mark, and I'm not sure if it's gonna let me drag it or something. It's like here. Oh, wait. Here. I don't know if it's gonna let me go all the way over, though. I don't think it will. You might just have to roll with it there. Horizontal stretch? No. Rotate? Wee! 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 You can get freckles by changing the intensity of the marks. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I will then. Where? Oh, face lines too. Oh, is that what you mean? Freckles, oh. Oh, I see. Well, that's probably a bit more of like a, what about this one? No. Are there freckles? Ooh, cool piercings. What? That's pretty sick. I'm assuming you're playing this with a controller? No, I'm playing with my mouse and keyboard. I don't want to keep yelling, the eyes, the pupils, the lips! Who here doesn't have a single prominent freckle on the right arm? What part of the arm are we talking about, though? That's the question. I don't know if there's like enough spotties for frecklies. Because unless they've got like different ones, and no, they don't. I might be SOL for freckles. I might have to halfway between wrist and elbow. I do not have a prominent freckle on my right arm. See the brown patch next to the red splatter? This one?
Yeah, but it's all scratchies.
Too bad. I love freckles. Thank you. I'm glad someone else loves freckles. I like my freckles. Use that and lower the intensity and move it around. Don't know. It's still very scratchy looking. Yeah, I don't know. I might just not do might just not do that one. But I'll pay homage by putting this as far over as it will let me. Yeah. Let's see. That's the closest you can get. Yeah, that's fair. The model is everything. Hi there, lovely night owls. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here, honey. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so glad you like my model, my amazing model mama. Exclamation point model if you want to know who she is. She absolutely outdid herself with this one. I'm so glad you like her. Do you think we can find any long braids? Probably nothing quite like my hair, but still. Oh, well, I mean, actually, not bad. Not bad. Can I zoom out more? Can I not zoom out more? I'm kind of looking for like a really long braid or, oh, well, this is fun. This is a really high ponytail, kind of like mine. Maybe we should roll with this one. That might be the go, actually. Oh, wait. That's super cute. I love that style, but I think this is probably closest to my model. Now, what about our hair? Facial hair! Yes. Quiet. I just heard about this game. I'm about to download it. Oh, you should. I haven't really gotten to play too much yet, but the tutorial's been great. I went with the high pony as well. Yeah, it looks cool. It does. It does. All right, let's see. Facial accessory, hairstyle. Do they let you change the hair color or no? I mean, I have like deep. Calculus back, baby. All right. I wish I could have red highlights. I don't think they'll let me do that though. What else? We got background, we got try on, hair tied up. My hair's already tied up. What are you talking about? I'm so pretty. All right, let's, before I get too involved in this, we should probably, oh, This is how they get me. They let me try on. Oh my god, I'm so cute. Whoa, this is such a sick outfit. Oh my god, these are stunning, dude. Look at that. Holy. I heard it's an ARPG. My only experience with that is Path of Exile and Diablo. Oh my god, fits. I know. I love the fits. No, you can play it. It is kind of an ARPG, but it's also, thank you for the fart apparition. But it is also they let you decide on your control scheme. So if you're an MMO gamer, they'll replicate your control scheme a little bit more. Those are just to try on. You'll not start with the fits. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But this is how they get you, because they're like, don't you look cool in that? Wouldn't you like that? It'll be $25 US. These are really, really cool. Wow. Pose, 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 pose. Duo pose. Import customization share code to take a photo with your companions. Oh, that's so cool. I am an MMO. 14 is my life. Oh, night hours. That's so convenient because we play 14 here on Mondays. Mondays Aussie time. Cross type. That's so cool. You can like interact with your friends. That's sick, dude. All right. All right. This is probably my favorite outfit. Okay. Confirm customization and oops, I don't know what I'm doing, sorry. Was I the little kid, maybe? I wonder. That's a big jade. Whoa. Don't steal my shield, you bastard! This greatest streamer has been under my nose the whole time! Oh! You're so sweet, honey bun! Night hours, I am so honored to have you here, sweetheart. You're the kid, Tao! But yes, lovely night hours, you are always welcome. Whenever we play Final Fantasy 14, you are always welcome to come on in and join me. I'm a beginner, I'm a baby, I'm a sprout, but we have a great time over there. So, yep, you finally found her, Strat. You're so cute. Drunken precision. Okay, wait, what's this? Use the skill in the pitch pot to gain the tipsy effect, shortening your aim time. Rhetoric edge. Start with a +2 inspiration in the gift of gab. Shortening your aim time? Is that a good thing? Do we want to do that? I don't suppose that there's anyone named Tao. Oh, shock. Great. Awesome. Please no one steal that. Thank you. Hope you got your name. I luckily got to use mine. That's great. It says TauTassieTiger on there. I'm also a sprout. Oh, you're in the 3rd expansion. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. We still haven't finished A Realm Reborn yet, but we still have a lot of lovely precious pals. That's you guys. This is the community that you've joined, the pouch pal community. You unlock both anyways, don't worry. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and you are welcome to like join us for anything that we get up to over there. Was she gonna hit me?
Stop! You promised we'd go to the general shrine. Then you fell asleep.
Where's my pendant?
The man in black.
Oh, I'm not a silent protag?
Is he one of those great swordsmen? Where is he?
Oh, you talk? That's what I'm saying, Loner. What?
He took the jade pendant, but he didn't hurt me. Hey, were you even listening? I mean it. I'm getting mad.
Kaze! Hi, cutie Kaze.
Were you hitting me?
She was hitting us!
I yelled and yelled to wake you up, but you wouldn't budge. You said there was a man in black?
Forget it.
So, like,
It's
where
nothing.
is he?
Just a dream.
You promised we'd journey together. You're not keeping secrets, are you? If you don't tell me, I won't talk to you again.
All right. Weren't you going to buy stuff from Beard Guang at General Shrine? Are we still going or not?
I almost forgot.
Yoshi, enjoy your Baldur's Day. Thank you so much for dropping in. Appreciate ya.
Book this year.
Can you wait for me just a little?
Uncle
I need to go
Guang?
inside and
Is
check
his
something.
first name Lou?
Don't
Sorry.
take too long, all right?
Pass. Thank you for the pallet jack, cutie kaze!
I wonder if that man in black left any clues behind.
Control to show the cursor, release it to hide it. Great, love that. Okay. She's so tiny. She's so small, isn't she? Okay, let's see. Oh, Guang! Lu Guang. The voice sounds almost like yours. Oh, really, Loner? I'm flattered. She has a lovely voice. Ooh, compendium! Lattice door. Lattice doors that can be opened and closed, developed from Tang Dynasty panel doors and straight lattice windows. They feature wooden frames with various patterns like squares or ball lattices with water barrier panels at the bottom, providing convenient closure and excellent light transmission. Hello, fabulous Flashheart. Welcome in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, honey. Hold on. I see a 2 there. Have we? Oh, no. We're just collecting stuff. You get to create your own house as well. Let's fucking go. That's sick. This is a bit of a fucked up shack, though. We need to probably do something about this.
Where are you going? Didn't we say we'd buy the storybook at the General's Shrine?
Yeah? Am I leaving? What is this? Writer's Gilded nice to meet you, Tiger. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Fabulous Flash. Thank you so much for coming in. Ritual Crown? Don't mind if I do. Is the compendium gonna... Oh, we got system messages. Writer's Gilded Mask. Hold on. Inventory? Tab? Bag? Okay. Oh my god, I love this. This gives me, like, updated Diablo vibes. Sup, y'all? Hi, Cutie Pie. Do you mind me if I ask, actually, Flash and also Night Hours, do you mind me asking, how did you guys find us? Were we in your, recommended? Were you scrolling through Where Ones Meet? Were you scrolling through VTubers? I'm always curious. Hi there, Exceptional Eon. How are you doing? Be sure to check out stuff. There is stuff on the roof and other places. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this is used to alter and reshape your looks. I'll spend 17 hours on that later. Okay, let's see. I know there's like a parkour element to this. I'm not sure if, oh, is that how you do it? Hold on. Can I double? Oh. Can I double jump? Awaiting rest. Wait. Attempts used up. Wait, what? Collect medicinal tails and submit them to Yao Yao Yao. Yao Yao Yao? Yao 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 to upgrade your medicine chest. Uh-oh, what have I done? I did not mean to press that button. Go to the Evercare clinic to find Yao 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 and upgrade your medicine chest. Okay, can I jump on the roof first? I have priorities, don't you know? You have a double jump and a dash as well. A jump and a slam. Oh, whoa! That's a triple jump right off the bat! Yeah, baby. That's sick. Okay, let's not fall through the fucking, wait, sparrow nest! No, wait, I want.
Where are you going?
I got it. Oh, and a copper coin. Ha! These little thieves even made off with some coins. Oh, wait, could that be the sash they lost? Clothes? No, rope? Root? What is that? Whee! I'm good, though my back is sore as warping up my loom. So a bit of bending is happening. Oh, Eon, sweetheart, please be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Oh, this must be the dash. So if we jump and then, cool. Love defying gravity, one of my favorite things. Okay. All right, what's this? Downloading the game now. Can't wait to spend 50 hours in the creation. I know, I'm so excited.
Whoa, is that a secret code? This is some hero meetup spot, isn't it? We're gonna see one for real.
The man in black took the jade pendant Uncle Jiang gave me. Maybe this has something to do with Uncle Jiang. I should look inside.
What you looking for? I'll help.
Open it.
So much dust. Is that a spear? Hey, look! There's a spear! A real one!
Careful. They even dug this up.
Sup, niece? It's me, your uncle. I know, it's kind of crazy.
Show me, show me!
It's sharp and heavy. You could hurt yourself.
Oh, just let me hold it. Just once, please.
You're tiny.
Come on, or I won't talk to you anymore.
These threats are not gonna get you anywhere.
I'm telling Auntie Han, and you won't get to go to the first jar banquet. You'll miss her big announcement.
Hey, don't wander too far. I'll check inside and be right back.
Oops. Don't mind me. No, next. Oh, okay. Cool, Strat. Thank you. I just realized a voice character that you've created. That's rare. Oh, I know. I was saying that to him. Like, wait, we're not a silent pro tag? Are you fucking kidding me? That's so unusual. Arrows are limited? Oh, boo. Okay. Are they hard to come by? And does your inventory fill up? Is there like an over encumbrance system and issue, perchance? I got a fuck ton of bamboo, don't I? What's my next? Do I have just arrows and gardener moment? Can you grind for weapon upgrades? I'm sure you can. I also know that there's a lot of different weapons, including like a waga saw, which is like a umbrella. I like fighty umbrella. I'm gonna become addicted to this. I already have Honkai Star Rail, now this. Uh-oh. That's how they get ya. Okay. Wait, there's like an attic area. Hold on. Can I get up there? I'll check the table for sure.
There's a hidden drawer. I hadn't noticed that before. A letter to Uncle Jiang? From someone named Wei.
Since your retreat to Heaven's Pier, you have turned away all gifts and cut ties with the mundane. Proof enough of your intent to leave the past behind. One of my disciples, Tian Ying, discovered a strange item and risked his life to deliver word, only to be caught in Tung's hands. Upon hearing this, and knowing the dream puppet Calamity has returned, I now write to you. Years of state affairs have left me little peace. Even so, I heard you penned a lament for Kong Kan. Old grudges still burn and new threats now rise. How can one not grit their teeth in rage? I ask you again to draw your sword. Tian Ying is a man of honor. Though a disciple, I have long held him dear. If you meet him in that distant land, he should prove a great help to you.
Telling Uncle Jiang to find Tian Ying? But he never mentioned the person who wrote this letter. Or Tian Ying either. I'll keep it with me. It might hold a clue to Uncle Jiang's whereabouts. Looks like someone has moved the spirit tablet.
I'm gonna live vicariously through the Tau. Kinda glad I didn't have a PC when this game came out, because I wouldn't have a life anymore, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have some trouble keeping away from this one, I think.
The jade pendant and didn't hurt me. He also left some kind of carved mark. Could this be connected to Uncle Jiang? No use guessing. I'd better ask Aunt Han once I return. Aunt Han said she had important news to share at the first jar banquet. Could it be about Uncle Jiang?
Got it. You get experience for exploring as well, so make sure you check out everything. No limit for carrying stuff as far as I got, and you can get more arrows. There should be an ability to craft them as well. Awesome. Love that. Can I get up here? Oh, I can only double jump outside, I think. Looks like. Okay. Wait. Swallow nest? Swallow nest flower.
That
No,
man in
go back
black
out.
took the jade pendant. Could there be some big secret hidden inside?
I saw a note for the swallow flower. Maybe I accidentally got it already? Anyway, whatever.
I'm not talking to you. I'm still mad.
Okay, I'll leave you behind then. Let's go.
Come on, nothing to see here. Let's head home.
Oh, we went through all that trouble to sneak out, and we're going back already? Are you trying to trick me so that you can find that warrior in black on your own?
There's no man in black. I was dreaming just now. You know I'd never lie to you.
You do too, lie. You promised you'd come with me to the General's Shrine to get the new storybook from Bir Klong. Now look. No heroes and no storybook. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone on my own and not covered for you with Auntie Han.
How about this? We have to pass the General Shrine on the way back anyway. I'll take you there to wait for the caravan, so you'll be the first in line to buy the new storybook. All right?
Really? All right, let's go now. Right now. You're the best.
How quickly our loyalties change.
No idea. Maybe she'll grant me permission to learn martial arts in the Jianghu.
Then you've got to bring me along.
It is an MMO. It has MMO mode. Yeah, that's right. You can play it by yourself, and you can also play it with other people. So this is the Paimon of the game. Yes. Yes, it is. That is her. What is that? Ooh, a wine jar. Container used for storing wine. Southern regions mainly used ceramic jars, while the Northwest preferred clay jars. Are we gonna get actual, like, historical information here? I love that. For new jars, cover with 7 gin of ash fire on top. Wait until thoroughly heated and then coat with wax oil. For old jars, they must be smoked at the beginning of winter. The method involves placing half a brick on the furnace foot, setting it on bricks matching the jar, and using a dry sorghum straw with controlled fire to smoke it as if steaming on a steamer until black juice appears on the jar's edge. Then, wash 3 to 5 times and wait until dry before using. Lacquering would be even better. Wait, do I have the abilities? Okay, I do not have the talents that I had as my previous character. There's a lot of cool info about this game. Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's see. I'm leaving this kid behind. Bye! Bye, Ruby. Oh god, that's so dangerous, kid. Holy, holy.
Don't
ah! What did I fucking say? At least you didn't die.
Down. How will you get over here?
I'll jump. I'm a Wuxia hero, what do you think?
You can do that? Then I can do it too.
Sure you can, Heroine
Oh,
Ruby.
that's sick.
But we need to head to the General Shrine today. Next time.
Then tomorrow, at the first jar banquet, I'll perform this as the grand finale.
No, you won't. What is that? That looks cursed. Monster. Monster Lotus! Enchanting Lotus mixed with poison butterfly dust induces hallucination. Defeat nearby poison butterflies to regain clarity. Cool. Oh, interesting. Okay. Some gathering stuff. Nice. Time to show off your skills. Any in-game stores? Yeah. So, Flash, because this is entirely free to play. They make their money off of. They make their money off of cosmetics, which are all very promising. Look pretty fucking sick, I do believe. Let me see if we can have a look. They might not have actually activated it, although that would be surprising if they don't activate it until you're further in. But this game looks better and more fun than Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders? Yeah, fair enough. And hi, Swedish Shredder. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. Just cosmetics? Yeah, I think it's like cosmetics, mounts, stuff like that. From what I gather, like the devs have specifically said they are not going to be doing pay-to-win stuff because that would immediately turn off a massive portion of the Western audience, including me. So yeah, I think it's also supposed to just be like really sick cosmetic stuff. What are the gotcha elements? That's a great question. Whoa, look at that. Oh, wow, look at this landscape.
The birds are so pretty.
You're looking at the birds?
Can we take one of them home with us?
No?
Not in a rush to get your storybook now, huh?
What was that?
Don't kill him! Jesus. Oh.
There.
Just for fun, just casually shooting the breeze and the birds. Okay. Well, It's a bit rude. Snow parrot. Should I try? Should I destroy nature too? Okay, that was a really, oh, actually I don't have unlimited arrows, so maybe I won't do that. The real question is, what are the gotcha elements? I think Strat would probably be better equipped to tell you about those than I am, but you will love petting the cats. Oh, I sure will. Don't talk to strangers, Ruby!
Arrow accuracy is also yet to be determined. I'll have to test them one by one.
Oh, you have. Practically 2 birds with 1 arrow. Nearly struck us both on the head.
2 birds with 1 arrow. Oh, my apologies. I didn't hurt you, did I?
So, who are you then? What are you doing shooting birds in Tingha?
The name's Fang Jisham, disciple of the Inkbound Order. And I'm here in Xingha on official business. I merely wanted to try out my new bow, and I didn't expect.
The Inkbound Order. Wow! That's one of those big name sects, isn't it? Are you a legendary Xianghu hero? Hey, Mr. Hero! Lots of swordsmen have come to Tinghe lately. Are you all after some sort of treasure? Or some secret martial arts book?
Well, the Inkbound Order is indeed well known. But I am merely a humble disciple, far from worthy of being called a hero. Sorry to disappoint you, young lady.
So, you're not a big hero after all. Should've known. What kind of hero would be that bad with a bow and arrow?
Yikes.
It's fine. We weren't hurt. We should get going now. Just be more careful when taking test shots next time.
Wait! Master said the noble are never at fault, because they always make up for their mistakes.
Are you noble?
I have a manuscript on archery techniques.
Oh.
A secret tome of sorts. Please, accept it as my apology.
Maybe. Does it teach me how to make arrows? Hi, beautiful Bimmy. Welcome in. Have you been enjoying it? It's a pretty cool game. Oh, archery tips? Hello.
Archery tips?
Yes. A bit embarrassing to admit, but this book represents years of painstaking study. Especially Chapter 3, which explores how applied force influences shooting range when the second phalanx is used to draw. And here, look at this.
That completely lost me.
That's because you don't know archery
Wait.
terms.
Did you just
And
say-
bow parts.
Is that a secret book? Oh wow, it is a secret book! You've gotta take it!
You spent years on this and you're simply giving it to us? That's far too great an apology.
Disciples of the Inkbound Order are prohibited from attachment to material possessions. Go ahead and read it. If there's anything you don't understand, I'd be happy to explain.
Okay, interesting.
This technique is called Still Waters. Master it to achieve perfect stillness and expose your prey's weakness.
What
Cool.
amazing skill!
Very cool. I only put it down because I need to sleep, but then I saw you playing, so I stay up a little longer. Aw, thank you so much, beautiful Bimmy. I really appreciate you hanging around for a bit. Yeah, we've been looking forward to this for a while. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Someone pick her up from daycare. True, Knight, true. Ghost of Tsushima moment. That's what I'm thinking too. Okay, so while holding your breath, reduce the movement speed of surrounding targets by 75%. Consumes endurance every 0.1 seconds. Breath hold is disabled in co-op and online modes. Okay. Does it happen by default or do I have to press 1? Is that what it's saying? Oh, missed. Put it away. Put it away!
This is my first time passing on still waters.
Those poor
Shall
birds!
we
I know,
shoot
I
at the
feel
birds by
bad.
the cliff together,
Oh, you're fucking
so I can
kidding!
observe
God
its
damn it.
efficacy?
Okay, I thought I was doing the right thing, but apparently. Okay, fine.
Okay, fire away.
Do I have to regain my breath? Oh, hello. I need this.
Practice still waters. Timing is key. Track the bird's flight.
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
Release at the right moment.
Really something. I knew you had potential.
Oh, that was a fail. Ah! Oh, got him.
I knew you had potential.
You stole my kill! PK'er! Oh!
Really?
Let's fucking go.
If it wasn't for heroin,
You didn't accept the challenge, did you? I sure did.
That's true. You agree?
Let's go.
Seeing the two of you working together, I have indeed.
I don't think we're working together. This is like my annoying little sister. Good job. Thanks, Lidstrat. Easy clap.
After sparring with you, I've gained even more insights into archery research.
Try shooting
Thanks
a
to your
penny.
instruction, my skill with the bow has advanced greatly.
Actually, I heard that many unsavory characters have also come to Qingha. Even that dreaded killer blade.
Ah, I see.
Rah,
these great
darling.
Heroes have gathered in Qinghe
Exactly,
to bring
Strat.
that villain to
Rah,
justice.
darling.
Anyway, that villain heading south can't be for nothing. Countless have fallen by his blade. Young miss, do not place your trust lightly in strangers.
Please teach her that. She won't listen to me.
Oh, don't worry. After all, he's no hero.
Rah, darling.
Kills.
I think he said it.
Killer blade. Maybe the man in black has something to do with him.
Right now, all we can do is be on our guard.
Look, Beard Guang and the others. My storybook. I'm coming.
Anyone speak
Hey, be careful.
Chinese Mandarin in the
I'm
chat?
gonna be first in
What does
line to
guang
fight.
mean? I feel like there's a lot of people with like prefix guang. Also, I'm watching Link Click and want to know what Lu Guang means, but yeah. This is the best command to interrupt a conversation. True. All right, cuties, let's go on a very quick break. For those of you who are new here, or who've just come in,
Thank you for
aka
warning me
Fabulous
about Killer
Flash
Blade,
Art
Big
and the Night
Until
Hours,
next time.
we go on a 3-minute break once an hour, just so that you do not feel like you must subscribe in order to not miss content.
Things have
Okay, so for
definitely
3
been
minutes,
odd
I
in
walk away from the
Qinghe
computer,
lately.
so there's no content being made.
And Aunt
I
Han
suggest you do the
just keeps
same,
saying
and
everything can
I run
wait
those
until the
ads,
first
and then
jar
you don't have to
banquet.
be bothered with them. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Darlings, love you, miss you, and I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Finally get to see this mystical, terrifying place. I know. Wait, I'll touch actual business. I was like, wait, is there a Vicky there? Come here.
Damn it!
Here.
cutie pies. Welcome back. Hello, darlings. I've missed you terribly. Thank you for returning to me. Alrighty. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful beings. Some uppies for you. Uppies. Yee. Good Aussie. Lav and Aspen say welcome back also. Thank you so much. Welcome back to you, cutie pies. And Nick's Matos Slice Jam Slice. Uppies. Good Nix. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. That was short. I came back 7 seconds before ads ended. It's okay. We're here. Hi, Joyous Jasmine. Welcome back. Alrighty. Let's see. What shenaniganry can we get into now? Can I break this? Oh, fuck! I'm wasting my shit. Hold on. Ooh, a mushroom. Ooh, a mushroom. Ooh, a tree. Welcome back, Sweetest Ew. What have we got over here? I'm gonna just, what is that? A signpost! Beehive, look down, shoot it. Give a like for me, thanks. I'm so excited. We get, enter message. Yay. I am so excited that they've got signposts, just like in Elden Ring. It's what I've always wanted. You caught me before I untrimmed. I'm watching you. Awake! Hello there, dearest Dustin. I hope you slept well, sweetheart. You can run on trees. You can run on trees? What? Run on tree, go! No, okay. It did not happen for me. Maybe I need better trees. Barely, I may pass out again. Oh no, but I'm here supporting sweetheart. No, please tell me you didn't wake up just for me. Oh my gosh, please tell me that like you are tired, but it's because you had to wake up for something else and not just me. I'd feel so bad. But welcome in, darling. Naruto, is that you? Believe it! What's that? Red. Oh my god, this is so... What is this? Red mist beetle. These scarlet fungi attract strange insects. Look up and follow the swarm. Use the lightless skill to chase them. Look up and follow the swarm. Did I miss some? Lightless? What key is the lightless skill? What is that? What are they talking about? Oh, fuck, that ain't it. Jump? Oh! Okay, got it. Are they... Oh. Do I need to follow them? Or did I just catch them and that's okay? I just woke up because the body did. Oh, okay, phew. I'm happy to hear... Well, not happy to hear that, but I'm glad that it wasn't my fault. But sweetheart, we are so happy to have you nonetheless. Thank you so much. That's so cool. I love gliding through the... Fell here, fell here, fell here. Everyone's fallen. Play dead? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm such an idiot. Literally should have probably listened to the fact that... Kitties? Kitties? Oh, pebbles! Ah! I'm gonna die! I thought I could do something about that. There is a cat. I think we moved past it. Oh. Okay. How do I... Can I not... Ah! Leave me alone. There's a... Wait, didn't we, like, purify the miasma? How did we do that last time? Look up and jump. My thing says I have 0 megabytes left, and yet I'm still here. And we're so happy to have you here. Why is that? What is this? Boundary stone. Northern Bamboo Grove. Oh, it's a new teleport. Nice. Okay, pebble and raspberries. It's night time. Horse! Horse? Oh, I'll take that. I like horses. What? You bitch! Get off the horse! Get off the horse! Yeah! Got horsey! Whee! Do I need to kill him? Do I need to kill him? Oh, he's trying to attack me. Whee! Oh, God. How do I halt this horse? How do I stop it? Can I run him over? Are you trying to hurt the horse that I stole from him? Oh, you're... Ow! Okay, you're kind of tough. Ah! Leave me alone! Where's Ruby? Is this GTA Asian? GTA Asian is really diabolical. GTA Asian. Does that horse seem kind of small? It could be small, but... It was tab to dismount. It's better if you do. People in cities do report you to authorities. Oh, so you think I should leave my horse? But I love my horse. He's about that life. Hi there, Moo. It's great to see you. Too bad you can't trample over people like you can with Dynasty Warriors. That is true. I better kill this guy. What if I don't normally want to kill people, but like he stole my horse. Well, I stole his horse and now he's trying to take it back. Ow. You can call them to you if you're in the vicinity? Ooh, okay. Ow. Boo. Die. Oh my god, you're so slow to die. You don't even have any armor on. Oh, I have an internal injury on my head? Oh, well that's not great. That's alright. Well, he's dead. Can I have his stuff? For the miasma, find and attack the purple butterflies. That's it. That's right. Oh, look, I healed. See, the horsey likes me. Okay, we have a horse now. This is the important part. I have a horsey. I don't know where the miasma and stuff is. Watch me get lost. Wait. Oh, is that our friend? Is he friendly? Is that? Yeah. That's Feng Jisheng. Horse. Calm down. It's okay. Okay, I actually have no idea where the miasma thing is, but oh no. Horse, don't break your legs. Please don't hurt the horse. Please don't hurt the horse. Oh, I'm so glad the horses are so flexible in this game. Ooh. Am I out of arrows? I think I am out of arrows. Okay. Hi, are we friends? Are you guys friends? No, we're not. Okay. Oh, yeah, sick. Oh, yeah, fucking sick. Oh, hello? I need to like, I can't see. It's so cool, dude. I like the QTEs for when you do a yeah. When you do a dodge, or not a dodge even, when you do a well executed counter or parry, works really, really well. Kill them. Thank you. Will do. Hi, dearest Dim. Welcome in. How are you doing? And lovely Lolbit. Good morning, lovely Lolbit. How are you doing? Who needs to see when you have killer instincts? True. Good point. I wonder if there's a way to get like a ooh, we got coins from him. I wonder if there's a way to like highlight stuff, like have like a third sense or something. Third sense, sixth sense, I guess. That lets you like determine whether there's other stuff that you've missed in the area or something. How does it feel on keyboard? I use controller. I've always preferred keyboard and mouse for a lot of things. I've recently gotten much more into using controller, but I like it. It's not too bad. Wait, did that say Loner Brother? Hold on, what did that say? Oh, that's Labori. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, this is a dead person. This is a flower. A peony. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is fucked. Are these written in blood? Do not proceed. Do not proceed. Do not proceed? Who would you fight alongside with? Lubu Cao Cao or Yuan Shao? I actually have no idea who those people are. So I'm not sure. Good question. Oh, bird. Bird! I'm sorry, bird. I'm sorry. I have to kill you. I have to. I feel like I... Oh, wait. I feel like I'm collecting birds. Oh, a bamboo pheasant. Oh, short feather. Wild guess. That probably has something to do with crafting arrows. Oh, they were military generals. Oh, what in the 10 Kingdoms period? Doing good. Getting ready for a 4-hour shift at Wendy's today, but thank you for asking. Oh, I hope that it goes well, sweetie. I really hope it goes well. Person is dead. Very dead. Okay, I have to find a blue butterfly for this one. Is that right? Is the blue butterfly near here? I don't see a butterfly. You can meet super high level enemies, so better approach people carefully. Okay, I will be careful. Back in ancient China, they were also real people. Very cool. Okay, interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, my knowledge of Chinese history is incredibly barren. Like, growing up in the States, I did not learn anything about Chinese history. Oh, bird, wait, sorry, bird, I'm sorry, I need your fluff. I need your fluff. Fluff. Who's that guy? He looks like he could be dangerous. Should we fight him? Oh, I hear music. That's pretty cool. What do you think's the deal with that? You think I should kill it? Okay, I'll try. What is the music? Ooh. Ooh. Cool. My brothers, 8 heroes strong, defend the common folk. We guard our land and drive out the invaders. Traitor, face your fate. Uh-oh. I'm gonna regret this. Ah! I'm gonna regret. I regret this. Ah! Fuck! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he hits hard. Oh my god, he hits like a truck, dude. Oh. Fuck, dude, no! Fuck, man! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my god, I'm so gonna die. I'm gonna die. Does nothing. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Press the X button to use medicine. I would love to. I'm awaiting rest. I'm gonna die. Oh. Ow. Okay, that's my first time. Hi, Zelsarl. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, your recommended challenge after level 30. Hi, Gorgeous Gundam. How are you? Is this the new Chinese gacha open world MMO? It is. Tell that's your Lubu you're fighting. My Lubu? Press to enter the training ground to practice boss mechanics without consuming resources. Ow. Crunch. Okay. Okay, I'm level 1. Maybe I understand. Okay. Jiangfu is treacherous. Proceed with caution, young hero. Okay. I'll come back when I'm not level 1. I'm genuinely kind of impressed that I did any damage to him. Oh, hello. Can I have a bit of your meat? Little fun. Oh, that was a fail. Is it dead? Yeah, okay. Gee. Oh, look at them. They're fighting. They're fighting. Hi, lovely Lyra. Welcome in. How are you doing? China's dominating the anime gacha MMORPG. Japan needs to step up their game. It's pretty cool. This is kind of amazing. The universe hums with secrets, heard only by the wise. Follow the butterflies, like Zhuang Shao's dream to witness wonders. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Where's my horse? Oh, where'd they go? Okay, yeah. Please don't lead me to another boss. Hi there, dearest Dally. How are you? Why does this look like Ghost of Tsushima? Because it's beautiful. Because it is similarly beautiful. Is this what I needed to do? No? Oh, yeah, there we go. You're good? That is very good to hear. Happy to hear that, sweetheart. I'm good, just woke up. Did you sleep well, lovely Lyra? Oh, what's this? What's this? Do I do anything with it? Universal harmony. I've not even gone to sleep yet. From where comes the reed pipe's plaintive tune? All night long, soldiers gaze toward home under the moon. Northern Vow ruins. Headshots don't kill in this game, so you can't kill enemies in one hit. Aw, that sucks. I think I saw a major crit though when I hit someone with a bow in the face. When do I get to try out other weapons, by the way? Does that happen by me not running around doing my own thing? By me actually following the story? Ooh, oh, that must be what Strat meant, running on the trees. Hello? Are we friends? Oh, that's a stone. I'm sorry, I thought that was a dude with his head bowed. Hero's Tomb. An ancient resting place of a past hero. Heal here after taking heavy damage. Oh, cool. Oh my god, this place is massive. Already. Oh, a friend? Hi.
Are you after the treasures of the Northern Vow as well? Keep it down. Don't alert anyone inside.
Northern Vow?
You don't know? Word around the Jianghu is, though the Northern Vow was defeated, their treasure was hidden away. Would you believe it? The Tiger Fort people actually captured a descendant of the Northern Vow. They say that guy knows all the secrets of the treasure.
Why are you telling me these things?
Those Tiger Fort bullies think they can hoard the treasure, but I won't let them. Muddying the waters makes it easier to catch the fish.
Interesting. Tiger Fort found this place through the treasure map and is interrogating a descendant of the Northern Vow at the training ground. Find key items, dialogue, or eavesdrop in treasure areas to discover clues. I took a different route, so I'm happy that you decided to take this one. Yes, awesome. Not to get particularly TMI about it, but a particular time of the month has come early. Oh no, lovely Lara, I'm so sorry, hun. I hope that you feel much better very soon. Hopefully the cramps don't overtake you for more than like a day or two. What's your favorite thing so far about the game? Story, gameplay, visuals, audio? I think probably gameplay so far. I really love the, I haven't like unlocked anything just yet, but I'm really, really liking the combat. It's very cool. You can learn a bunch of skills too, thanks to the events. You get weapons when you meet different people or events. Oh, it happens naturally, don't worry. Okay, cool, sounds good. All right, let's see what's, I'm just gonna walk in here. Yeah, why not? Why the fuck not? Oh, what's that? Quiver! More arrows, thank you. Fire arrows too, that's pretty cool. Don't mind if I do. Did we ever discover what the fuck happened to Ruby? She just gone? She okay? Fabulous Flash, thank you so much for the care package.
Maybe there really is a treasure.
Sorry, I was drinking and did not read what they were saying there. Press G after approaching enemies to eavesdrop.
Careful there. I hear this gunpowder's quite dangerous.
Cool.
Boss says we'll use this stuff to blow the Northern Vow ruins sky high. Then, finding the treasure in the ruins will be a snap.
Or I can go into archery mode. Press Alt and then oh, explosives are good. I love an explosive. Oh, hello! Let me just welcome you guys with a bang! Welcome in, Raiders! How are you doing, sweethearts? It's a pleasure to have you. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, I can't pause. Or can I pause? Hold on, can I pause and say hi? I cannot, sorry. Oh, Oh, but I'm hiding. It's okay. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in, Fabulous Feather. How was your stream, darling? Welcome to you and your absolutely gorgeous raiders. I do appreciate it. You guys, this is the wonderful Feather Brewer, a most intriguing subject who hath transitioned from League of Legends charity streams to the realm of 3D animation. This Aussie VTuber who identifies as non-binary or agender now creates cypherwork animation streams and dabbles in gaming once more. Their recent broadcasts feature an art showcase, squirrel-themed Minecraft, and sky-exploring adventures. Truly a diverse and creative realm they inhabit. Hello, sweetheart! How was your stream, Fabulous Feather? Also, Terrific Tough, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouched pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome. How are you doing? And Roaming Cloud, hello, darling. It's good to meet you. Tough, it's good to meet you as well. Thank you so much for coming in, you guys. Insert witty raid message. Hi there, wonderful. Raw. Oh, you're like one letter away from saying rawr. And if you guys put exclamation point rawr, R-A-W-R, in the chat right now, I will, it says things for you. Get exposed, Feather, dropping the League Origins. Roaming Cloud and Raw, thank you both so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch, both of you. You are both now officially pouch pals, and what a pleasure to have you both. There you go. Raw, darling. Rating and running because I am fucked. Nearly 4 hour stream just recapping all the art pieces done for the charity event. 14 pieces and like 6 to 8 artists just interviewed for 10 to 15 minutes each. Wow. That's a lot of work, Fabulous Feather. Well, great work though, sweetheart. I'm very impressed with you. Before you go, Feather, do you mind letting us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming if you happen to know? And in the meantime, I'm going to introduce myself to your lovely community in the best way I know how.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, wonderful raiders, thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous community in, Fabulous Feather. Mighty good question, because my voice is gone. Sounds like it might be a few days, but you guys, please check out the lovely Feather, a total sweetheart. Also, Onyx, I will call you Onyx then. Outstanding Onyx, thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for letting me know that that Raw is not the name you would prefer. I appreciate that. Tough base takes on those favorites. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, British Orphan, hello, how are you doing? Father, I wish I could touch grass this weekend. Can that be arranged? Oh, please say yes, Father. Yes, of course. Go touch grass, please do. I think I'm doing a peak collab with a couple mates in 10 hours. Oh my God, I thought you were gonna say a couple of days, but yes, Fabulous Feather, sweetheart, please go to bed. Please go to sleep. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Know that you have done some amazing work today, and we are so incredibly grateful to have your amazing community in here. I promise to take the best care of them until you come on back for them. And yeah, have a good one, sweet Feather. Tough, Onyx, and Roaming Cloud, it is a pleasure to have you all. Thank you so much for joining us. We are trying our very first time, we're trying our hand for the very first time, that's what I meant to say, at Where Winds Meet, a brand new globally released Chinese wuxia game. It's fucking sick so far. It's amazing. She asked when I was streaming. I did. It's true. Also, Eldritch Owl, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I've been painting my friend's birthday gifts. That's so cool. What kind of birthday gifts are you painting, honey? But right now we're gonna go kill people. Oh, I think the people have deserted. Oh, no, they haven't. Is that explosive? I don't know, but I kind of want to just, I have 79 wooden arrows, not bad. Okay, tell me this does some extra damage. It does not, oh, okay, oh, but it doesn't acknowledge a headshot. Love that. Am I gonna regret this? Okay, you guys have literal sticks sticking out of your fucking heads. Leave me alone! Ah! Oh, sick. That is so sick, dude. I really love these finishers. They're so cool. Oh, that guy. Okay, we're having a ranged battle. Ranged battle time, whee! Ow, fuck. Okay, never mind, I'm going up there. It's gonna take too long. It'll take too long. Thank you for the lurk, cutie feather. I really appreciate you, honey buns. Thank you, thank you. I'll scroll up in just a second after I kill someone. Hold on. Stop. All right, let me see what you said here real quick, hon. Catch us later. Gonna go crash in a few. Hope all the lads from my stream enjoy Tal. She's got a good infectious energy, and I like vibing here, even if the amount of energy she has scares me, and I suspect she sacrifices people or something to steal it. I do no such thing. I just occasionally have a little bit of caffeine. Whoosha! I've been needing more sword fantasy. Tough, please come and join us in the wonderful world of Whoosha. It is a pleasure to meet you, honey bun. Time to play some Bloodborne because I feel like punishing myself this morning. Also, I just started downloading this game because I had my eye on this one for a bit. Let's go, lovely liar. I cannot wait to see what you think of it. Ha! Gotta love when they run at you with arrows in their faces. I know! I'm pretty sure that would stop you in your tracks, but whatever. They don't let you kill with a headshot because you can do the cool moves. That's true. I do appreciate doing cool moves. That's a good point. Oh. I love that he's like, where's she at? Where's she at? Oh, I stunned him. I stunned him again. Ow, wait, there's another. There's another.
Do you think maybe we should escape? Boss's wounds.
Oh, sorry, fuck.
Boss gave
I need this.
never to bring that up.
Ooh, pretty cool. Oh, this is so sick. The combat is so fun. Oh my god. And once I get like more skills, I'm gonna be even more excited, I reckon. It would be fun to do raids against bosses in this game. Oh yeah, I reckon so. Also, I better be careful not to touch the... Oh, remember I said don't touch that? Interesting that I decided to ignore my own advice. Wait, okay, hold on.
We've searched for hours.
Hold on, I'll put this here. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Freeze, freeze, freeze. Hold on. Oh, no, wrong button. No, fire arrow. Come here, come here, come over here. Come to me. Come to me. Yes, yes, you do see me. Come here. Here, fire. Come on. Have I attracted you? Have I tempted you? Have I tempted you? Explosion, explosion, explosion. Yeah! Woo! Fucking hell, this is sick, dude. I love it. This is awesome. Is there more explosive stuff to touch? Not really. Okay, very well. Dead. Oh, those were both explosive. Damn it, I should have just, I was trying to be cute and lure them to me, but instead I was dumb. This game is finally done, so I can now commit genocide. Yeah! No, bad. That spear through his body is so cool. At one point you can almost fly in this game. Yeah, I've seen like the trailers and stuff. Pretty cool. You're gaming! I'm a gamer! I can't imagine raids in this game. The boss would be cooked with multiple people. That's, well, I'm sure I'm positive they found a way to make it not, oh, it's locked from the other side. Can I destroy it from the other side? We're just gonna parkour our way up. Okay, okay. Whee! What's this? Touch. Extinguish. Sweetest, lovely little lolbit. Thank you so much for the save and the care package. Appreciate it. And dearest Dustin, yes, you should definitely get some sleep, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, honey. We'll see you later, okay? All right, what's down here? Ooh, I'm Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Get off of the wall, Spider-Man. You still need to experience the climbing trees. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, well, I'm sure I will. I feel like I probably will. There. That's better, isn't it? All right. Find a thick one and climb it. I will keep an eye out for one. I think I did actually climb one briefly there for a second. I mean a tree. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I think I did find one outside of this little base area, but oh, what? Oh, fuck! Guy! There's a guy! So cool. I want to try the dart thing. There's like a dart whip thing that looks amazing. You're just constantly walking around like. Only thing I'm kind of about this game is 100 gig file size. Yes, it is massive. I already have so many huge games on my PS5 between Honkai Star Rail, Elder Scrolls Online, and Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, it is a really, really big fucking game. I don't blame you. That is quite annoying. Destroy stuff? Okay, I'll try and get better about destroying stuff. Ooh, iron ore. Okay. Do you use mouse and keyboard for most third-person action games? When we played Red Dead 2, and when we played Ghost of Tsushima, I actually, I played with a controller. But since I started playing this with mouse and keyboard, I think I'll probably wind up sticking with it unless I really struggle to like get my fingies around everything. But most of my gaming life has been spent using mouse and keyboard, so. I'll try it until it no longer works for me, I suppose. I wonder if my potato PC can handle this game. It might be able to. Look at the minimum requirements. Also, beautiful Bridget Warrior, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Can I crawl under here? Is there like a... Surely there's a... Okay, fine, never mind. Bridget! Yay! Enjoy the cheese and corn, cutie pie. Enjoy the cheese and corn. Is it going to be updated like all the other open world gacha games? I think this has been out in China for quite a long time, actually. And I think they've got quite a few extra weapons and stuff. So I reckon there's going to be some pretty decent upgrades down the road. Oh my God. Oh, see, I should have done that. Okay, none of that's doing anything for me. Oh, Xiang Bao is looking like a boss, potentially.
You dog, you'll never get a single word from my lips.
Too proud for your own good. We'll see how long you can keep quiet.
Are you guys good guys? If so, can I save your lives from this guy? Oh, they're not good guys! They're bad guys! Ah! Bad guy alert! Bad guy alert! Fuck! Ah! 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 Fire! Fire! Ah! Fuck! Ah! Run! Oh, good, I got rid of some of them. Oh, fuck me. I reckon I'm probably slightly more capable of defeating this guy. I don't know what level I'm supposed to be. Ow. Oh, damn it. Ah, fuck! Okay, hold on. I mixed some wuxia in my current campaign and I'm running. Couldn't help myself. Oh, D&D or... Yes! Oh, yeah! Come on! Yes! Got him! Woo! Yahoo! Oh, Pathfinder! Cool! Okay, interesting. I haven't played Pathfinder, actually. Hi there, Sweet Skellington. Welcome in. How you doing? I like trying different systems. Nice. Very cool. I haven't... Oh, wait, was this the guy from outside?
Solemnly, I vow to protect this land with my life.
What's your favorite system, Tuffy?
Hey, are you all right?
Dad, Uncle Tsai, I didn't disgrace you.
Oh, don't die. I look like my head's hurting. Oh, which it is. I think I have a skull fracture or something. Oh, Sweetest Skellington, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak, darling. Really appreciate the dedication. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, he dead.
Are you all right?
Dad.
No, he's not all right. I think he's dying. Find key items, dialogue, or eavesdrop in treasure areas to discover clues. Cool. What's this? I guess we can light this. Is this gonna go up in flames or? Not sure what that has to do with anything. I don't know if that's... Can I break this? Making sounds like I can break it. What about this? Oh, that I can. Whee! Pathfinder 1E is a current favorite since I've been playing it for so long and has lots of options for character creation. That's cool. Awesome. Why does this... Search for the treasure map clue and light the correct flame contraption. Got it. Okay, hold on a second. Is that in my bag? Is that in my questicles? Oh, this might be it. I think this is, Reed? Yeah, great, okay. I love this little guy. This is me, that's me. I'm learning a Mega Man system right now, and it's looking fun. That's really cool. Collect your achievements from the menu? Oh, okay. Nix, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, hon. I appreciate it. I have ideas for a Dark Cloud type game, run in Legends in the Mist. Interesting. I've never played that actually. Questicles! Okay, I actually do need to I think I put this one out, but I need to turn this one on, turn that one on, turn off any other ones. Okay. Now you said to collect my achievements? How do I... Horse. Oh, no valid waypoints. Bye-bye! You're heading out, Nix! Thank you so much for coming in, honey. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us. Okay. I really need to learn the shortcuts here. Hemostatic powder. Buttons? What is the key for, Friends from Steam, Echoes of Old Battles. I have no idea how to find out what my... Oh well, I'll figure it out later, I guess. The achievement thing, I have no idea what that's supposed to... How I'm supposed to collect those. Ooh, there's a chesticle. Can I go over? Ooh, I sure can. Whee! Ooh, more quiver, more arrow. Oh, I think that's a guy who looks dead to me. Oh, he's friend. Never mind. Hold it right there. This place. Oh, whoa! I didn't even click it. Divine Retribution. Barely anyone makes it out alive these days. Why should I care? The greedy one? What's this? Oh, is this one of the mini games? Gift of Gab is a duel that relies on wit, not weapons. Use your silver tongue to out-debate your opponents. You can choose between two modes: rhetoric, duel, and free persuasion. Use Gift of Gab cards from the scholar profession to quickly persuade your opponent. Free persuasion. Your opponents are AI. You must manually type your own dialogue to persuade them. Only some people you may encounter support free persuasion mode. Huh. This place is the final resting spot for heroes who once defeated the whole realm. Don't you have any fear? I wish that it would, like, not auto-continue. Can I not pursue this? I love how there's a persuasion minigame. It is pretty cool. Although I'm not thrilled about this AI thing. I'm not really sure if it's... Filibuster? How does this work? Consumed when using gifted gap cards. Oh god, what? Do I have to, is this timed? Lived all these years, first time seeing a cat fly. Oh fuck, you're ugly and pig-headed. What? Mind your tongue? Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing. Ah, shit, what? What are you? Oh, drag. Okay, drag. Okay, Jesus. How high is the sky? How old is the earth? No one knows, so how can you say anyone's wrong? Use the gifted gap cards to crush the opponent's mental focus and win. Oh, really? Oh, fucking, what is this? Oh, all the quoting makes you sound like a dusty old scholar. Okay, 120. Oh, fucking hell. What? Recover one inspiration. Chance to silence the opponent. Did it win? The fuck? Whoa. I am not keeping up with this. This game is getting slowly like The Witcher. I don't have nearly as tight of a... Also, wow, what the hell? That was a lot. I was so confused. I would assume it's just standard game NPC AI, but it seems weird to point that out. Yeah, maybe I'll try it that way. It was a nice try. Did I win? Fuck. Holy shit. Okay, wait, can I do it again? It looks like it's almost letting me. It says, why should I care again? Oh my god. Okay, E? Artemis, did you say that I should try can I press E? Kapta! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Bro, what the fuck? Ugly and pig-headed. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'll throw, he's winning! He's winning! He's not allowed to win, no! I have no clue what I'm clicking here, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Q! That's a Q! That one, I guess. I don't even have time to read this shit. It's so fast. Can I recover something? I need a recovery. I need a recovery skill. Help me! No! Oh my god, no. The E is when you were in the duel. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, Honest Xing? Are you gonna talk to me too? Do you wanna be friends? Why are you... I have no clue what's happening. I'm so confused. So glad I'm not at home to watch this stream. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just beat people up. I have no way with words. Oh, my reward for being confused. I love it. Whoa, Jesus! Oh my god! Fuck! It's a mimic! It's a mimic! Oh my god, please leave me alone. Oh my god. Fuck! What the shit? Ow! Ah!
Underground.
Oh my god, what is happening? Oh god! I'm so confused. I'm also exhausted. Oh god, what is happening? Oh my god! Oh god, Jesus. I don't like mimic boxes. Mimic box is not great. What reward? That's what I'm saying. Oh no. Oh fuck! I'm gonna die! You're gonna fucking kill me! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Run! Flee!
Rolling thunder!
Dude, I'm like on the verge of death right now. He's following me! Rose part mole. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, I love this enemy's moves. I hate it. Hi, sweetest Sternal. It's great to see you again. Welcome back. Oh. Wow. What a nightmare. Thank you for the uppies, dearest Dally. Good, Dally. Wow. Oh. Okay, all right, I'm not touching. He's like, I ain't done with you yet. That is exactly right. Okay, all right. I guess I'll actually do the job that they've sent me here to do, and gave me a map to complete. All right, firstly, amazing Artemis, sweetheart, thank you so incredibly much for the gifted sub to Underground Uprising. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for the support. It means the world. I really appreciate it. Thank you, amazing Artemis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're gonna head to bed. All good, dear Stally. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. All right. That was insane. Got a dip for now. Gotta do some end of shift stuff to manage. Y'all take care. Hoping to catch more streams when I can. Tough, it would be a pleasure to have you again, sweetheart. Tomorrow we will be continuing our playthrough of my very first ever Persona game. So if you're able to come in about 13 hours, well, 14 hours or so, then you can join us. We would love to have you. But yes, have a good one, sweetheart. Enjoy the end of shift and have a relaxing evening afterward, or morning, or whenever. All right, I need to look at this map again. Been getting back into ZZZ, did a decent amount of stuff in DNA, nice. Also, lovely Leonard, enjoy making burgers. That sounds bomb, yummo. I need to remember how to play the, okay, this, read. Also, which Persona? Okay, so please no spoilers, Persona 5. We are playing through from the very first time, so please no spoilers at all. But yes, we're playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time. I'm loving it, it's a blast, we're having a great time. Okay. It's all in the corner, so 1, 2, and then what? One more over there? I think. 1, 2. There, oh, yep, there is. Okay, let me see if I can get this right. Nope, I can't. Okay. It's like this. Thank God it's not Depression 3 Reload. No, P5 is what we are playing. Oh! Great times require great measures. This is true. Hello there, beautiful bad. Welcome in. Good to meet ya. Okay, is this a boss that I'm gonna have to deal with? What's his? He's scary. He's not actually scary, is he? Came up in the middle. I'll kill this guy. I'm gonna kill this guy. Hello there. How are ya? P5R is great. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've really been enjoying it. I should probably put away the fire. Okay, please don't be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Good to meet you all. It's great to meet you too, sweetheart. I'm well, how are you? I'm doing great, darling. This is my first time playing this game and it is a blast. Are you playing it as well? All right, I need to go find out what just sprouted from the middle of that arena area. You're hungry? What are you gonna have, sweet Esternal? What's down here? Press Q while in the air to release Mighty Drop. The impact can activate mechanisms. Ooh, that was pretty cool. I would play all those MiHoYo games, but I do not have enough hard drive space and time in the day to play Genshin, Honkai, and ZZZ. Yes, absolutely. Always glad to hear you're well. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm glad you're doing well as well. I don't have the financial capability for new things right now. Oh, that's fair. This is free to play, but I totally get it if you're like, I don't have like if you have like a potato PC or something. But you are always welcome to live vicariously through us. We'd love to have you. What is this? Ooh. Ooh. Are these guys? Oh, they're statues. Nope, okay. Break the wall. Oh, you don't even have a PC. Oh, that is totally fair, sweetie. I think this is on, what, PlayStation 5 and I think it's actually on mobile too. Is that right? But regardless, sweetie, we are very happy to have you. Oh, that guy's dead. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret this. I think I'm gonna regret this. Whoa, where are we? Inspect the corpse with an odd pose. Ooh, oh. Oh, that's brutal as fuck. Please don't jump scare me with a trap. Please don't jump scare me with a trap. Please, 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 please. That gesture again. I vow to protect this land with my life. Stand facing north with fist over heart. This is the unique pose of the Northern Vow. Oh, we got a new pose. Okay, cool. So, what a way to discover a new emote. Honestly, holy. Okay. I guess I can maybe do mobile. That's the closest I can get to occasional new things. That's fair enough, sweetheart. What else do you do? Are you an artist? Are you a writer? It's a better life without me, Hoyo Games, I promise. Listen, a lot of people love him. We don't yuck others' yums, but can I open this? I would like to. Find the Northern Vows. Oh, I probably need to, okay, now I need to learn how to do an emote. I think, wild guess, I probably have to do an emote. Do the emote I just learned. Oh God, how do I do this? Okay, pose, Yanyun Oath. How do I, if you count martial arts, then yes. Oh, awesome, a fellow martial artist, I love that. What do you do? Dude, what's the button? Ah, shit, oh, that was a waste of that skill. Oh my God. What's the emotes? There. Okay. Puzzle? 1. Do it. Did it work? No. Okay, that's not working. The secret chamber, I would imagine it would be... Just gonna round around and do it to all of the corpses and shit. Right. God, please do not stab me. Please do not jump scare me. Please do not jump scare me. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. I feel like they're really telling me here that that they want to do it. I'm really scared that I'm gonna get hit by it. Oh my God. That's a big fuck off statue. Oi. I do literally every style I can get my hands on. You even created your own. Oh, wow, bad. That's amazing. That is so cool. Okay, strike the corresponding pose. All right, we will do that when we get back. You guys, we go on a, for those of you who are new here or who have just joined us, like beautiful Bridget and Kata as well as Feather's beautiful community. You guys, we go on a 3-minute break every hour, and that is just so that you do not feel like you need to subscribe in order to avoid missing content. So I walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, so there is no content being made, and I turn those ads on, so just you also walk away from the computer so you don't have to deal with the ads, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes, okay? So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you all very much, and I will see you all very soon. 3 minutes, count them down, love you lots. Mwah.
Uh-oh, cut off already?
cutie pies. Welcome back. I have missed you terribly. How are you doing? Thank you for returning to me. Yay! Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Oppies? Yee! Good Aussie. All right, let's hopefully not have to fight this guy. Welcome back, gorgeous Guanxiang. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, beautiful Bad. Creating your own martial arts isn't easy, but ever since I did, I have been much more calm and wiser of a person because it thrives off meditation. Very cool, Bad. No, yeah, I can't even imagine. I did a lot of years of MMA, but I've never attempted to create my own martial arts. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. The best part so far is that there is no rush to do anything, like no time-sensitive quests, and you can freely explore and go your own way. That is so cool. Also, beautiful Bublin gets uppies. Yee, good Bublin. All right. Fuck. Okay, I need to do the... Oh, okay. I don't even have to look for it. I vow to protect this land with my life. Please don't make me fight you. Solve the puzzle on the wall. Okay. All right, let's see. Is that a... What is that? Yeah, the door doesn't budge. Okay. Solve the puzzle on the wall. Oh boy, I'm a little bit concerned that I'm supposed to be able to read those characters. Spicy! Hello, sweetest Spicy! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, hun. How are you doing? Let's see what the signpost said. The side should look like this for the puzzle. Oh, thanks for telling me. Okay, that's easy. Press play to action. These letters need to be glowing. Okay, I think it must be something that I should probably know the characters for. Skeleton, someone created a martial art. Meanwhile, I think I strained my elbow. Maine, sweet Solar. Maine, darling, how are you doing? I'm sorry you're still sleepy. Did you get some good rest, though? Okay, so, let me see. This is why I need to learn Mandarin. These letters need to go left plus under. Okay, we'll start with that. This is gonna take a second. Can I pull them off the wall and drag them over? Or do they... Okay, so this is supposed to go over there. Push back? Oh. Oh, wait, no, wait, no. Nope, sorry, hold on. Hold up. There's some scary music happening right now. Oh, wait, do I need to get up there? How do I... Do I push this in? That guy's just dead. DOA. Just sleepy. Got an art event to go to. That's pretty cool. Can I hit this? Huh? Bruh, how does this work? Am I supposed to, like... Okay, I can only push... Does it push others out? Fuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need Mandarin speakers here to tell me what these each mean. All right, hold on. These letters need to be glowing. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay. I'm really glad that I have this, but also, yike. So, that character is on the far wall? Just think of them as symbols? Yeah. It's just a bummer because I think if I knew the characters, then I'd be able to actually, you know, understand like how this puzzle goes together. But because I don't. I need my Snivy. maybe it needs the other side? God, I don't know. What's this one? You want to pass the puzzle, look this, part 2. Okay, okay, I'm gonna, hold on. I'll just push this in. I'll push this one in. And then the other one, that one needs to be out, but not any others on that side. Okay, and what about over here? The inscription on the wall reads, "Every inch of our land, we will fight to the death to preserve it." The heck, I can't understand. This is what this person said. All the words given by him. Okay. Is there... Do I leave these alone here? Okay, and then what was... Was this side? I think that's the other side. Because there's not even crates over here. There's crates over there. Okay, so that one, and then the... I don't need to be the diagonal. Okay, here? Okay, I think that side's done. I think I did that side. I hope. I don't know about this side, though. Damn it. The community seems really nice with all the useful tips. That's true. I think you can break the crates. Oh, can you? I'll be heading out now, Tao. Gotta head out with my lads. Had a blast with the stream. This game blew me out of the water. Jesus. Everyone enjoy your weekend. Have a great one, gorgeous Guanjiang. Thank you so much for joining us, honey. Have a fun time with your friends. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you for joining us. Okay. Shall I try? I don't know if I need to. Is it here and then emotes and then puzzle and then one? Okay, no. You want to pass this puzzle? Look at this. Left side, one closer to the wall. Right side, press 1, S3, and third. I'm so confused. I'm so confused! Sweetest Solar, honey, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. That is absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much for your incredible dedication. It kept us alive at least. We'll see everyone later. Have a good one, honey. Thank you so much for joining us, hun. Have a great time at the art event as well. We will miss you terribly, but we'll see you soon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Left side, one closest to the wall. Right side, press 1, S3, and third. I don't know what that means. 1, S3, and third. And the one closest to the wall, they say, but that's that one. You need to be eaten to bed. Absolutely, Ozzy, uppies, and whee! Ozzy, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Okay, I actually wonder if I'm not gonna be able to do this. There's something off about this place. You feel drained? Oh. I wonder if I'm not gonna be able to do this because I do not understand the puzzle. That's kind of frustrating. I'm not thrilled about that.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, cutie Ozzy. Thank you so much for joining us, hon. Oh my god. Need help, everybody. Jesus Christ. What? Oh, hi, Ozzy. Noob with the double Z. Hi, honey. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh my god. Dude, this is so frustrating. I think just follow the pictures. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, but it's like... So, that one right there is out. This one right here is out. And then this one right here is out as well. So this is the correct alignment according to that screenshot, but nothing's happening. I don't know what to do. Wonder if I'm gonna have to look up like a guide for this. Oh, you'll go check on online. Thanks, Strat. I appreciate that. Yeah. Feel free to backseat, guys. I have no clue what I'm doing here. Okay, so that one's out. Again, I think that's facing that direction. And then that one's up top. Yep, which it is. Yep, and then that one out, and then that one out. Yeah, okay, that's definitely. Can you face the third wall for a sec? This one? Other side is wrong, maybe? Well, the other side is telling me the same thing. Can I open it? No, can I do this? Third section? Like over here? I'm pretty confident that this side is correct, at least according to all the pictures, but I'm not sure. They didn't really do much in the way of helping on this side. Oh, you sent a link with the answer? Thanks, Strat. Hold on. One sec, cutie pies. I'm just gonna go check that real quick. All right. From the back of the statue, head to the left corner beside the door and push the stone block. Okay, hold on. From the back of the statue, from here, head to the left corner beside the door and push. Oh, they want me to push this one? Wait, I can't push this one. Uh-oh. Did I already fuck it up? 2 of the blocks are shining? Yeah, I'm just not sure if... Are you just supposed to push all of them? Is that... Is this one... Then you pull this one out? Oh, I don't know. Then head to the right wall, push the stone block directly. Actually, hold on. I better just do the thing that this is telling me to do. Okay, so back of the statue. Head to the left corner. Yep, beside and push the stone block. Do they mean this corner then? Then head to the right wall, push the stone block directly to the right of the statue, just beside the torch. Okay. Okay, that's... that's not gonna happen. Push the stone block directly to the left of the one you just pushed, locate on the same wall. Do not push the stone block above. Push the one that's below. I am so confused. I am so confused. Is this what they must mean? This one? Push the stone block directly to the left of the... Hold on. Head to the right wall. Push the stone block directly to the right of the statue. That must be this one. Just beside the torch. Oops. I don't think I meant to do that. I think I meant to... No, that doesn't need to go. Oh my god. Close, but push. Archimus, sweetheart, thank you. Pushing buttons or something, absolutely. Sweetheart, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the lovely pushing buttons or something. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, lovely. I'm so confused. Thank you very, very much. I much appreciate. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh, I'm worried this is gonna be a thing that's gonna be a constant issue for me. Hello? I'm trying to get it to push back, but it won't let me. It says do not push the block above. Push the one that's below? I am so confused. This is not helping. Oh no! Mastiff! Hi there, Magnificent Mastiff. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Hello, hello, darling. I'm so confused. Is there a video for this? Is there like a video walkthrough? This is so painful, man. Okay, first stone block. You know what? Hold on, I'll just. Okay, first stone block is. The game finished downloading! Let's go! Have an amazing time, sweetheart. I can't wait to hear about what you get up to. Go to the main menu, it should reset. How do you get to the main menu, actually? Wait, guide? Oh. Hey, yo, how's the new MMO going? It's awesome, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. No, we're having a great time with it. I'm just very lost right now because I do not read Mandarin or Chinese, and this is very confusing. Thank you for the care package, though, Mastiff. How are you doing, hun? Are you also playing? There's difficulties, there are! Bottom right of the screen. Oh, exit. Got it. Okay, It looks like the pictures are for their respective sides.
Loading data. Loading data.
Okay. We're in solo mode. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go look at this again. I'm prepping for other stuff, so can't get lost in the game, so it's all in the back burner. That's fair, Mastiff. Are you off to do some really cool stuff? Do some fun shit? Is that the symbol? That is not the same symbol as what they're telling me to push back. I don't think it did reset, Strat. I think it's the same. Are they saying they want this one pushed back or pushed out? Where is the one that they're talking about? Is it this one? Yeah, that's the one I'm hoping they want me to pull that out. Charity event thing later, so have to be time on it. Oh, on time for it. That's very cool, hon. Well, best of luck. It was worth a try, true. Oh my god. Fucking hell. So confused. It would be kind of shitty if I had to... If I'm not able to play half of this game because I can't read. Has the pretty Tau ever played DBD? I have, not on stream, but I'm not a fan. It's too scary for me. Looking for video? Sure thing, Strat. Thank you. Either way, we'll be having fun. That is important. I'm so happy that you're gonna be having a good time. What are you raising money for, if I may ask, hun? Did that work? No. Okay. Wish I could have found this girl sooner. Aw. Wait, me? I'm very happy to have you, sweetheart. But all of these were already pushed back, which is why I'm kind of confused. Or does everything else have to be... Aw, yes, me? Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Sent. Thank you, Strat. Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome in. U.S. veteran support through 2 different charities. That is amazing, hon. I'm very, very pleased and impressed with your efforts already. Okay, hold on. I'm going to watch this video real quick. Okay, let's see here. So we go over here. Okay, we're pushing that back and we're leaving this one out. Okay, which one? We're pushing this one back. Okay, that one I have. Oh, I need to push that one in. Did that work? Let's fucking go! Thank you so much, Strat. Oh my god, the level of confusion was unbelievable. Okay. Nice. Yes, thank you, Strat. Thank you for saving my life. Finally got a model I've been waiting for almost a year. Oh, that's awesome, Patricia. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing it.
Hi, lovely lab. Welcome back. Uppies for you. Yee. Good lab.
Okay. I hope we don't get murdered by any surprise, duck. We're ducking under this. Whee! Can I just run across out of curiosity? You're welcome. Thank you, Strat. It's a very special one, too. Nice. That's very cool. We're looking forward to seeing it. I realized after scrolling down a bit why I got recommended here. It's because I follow one of the Oztuber community organizers. Oh, that's awesome, Mastiff. How cool. We do love the Oztuber community organizers. They're great. I went to PAX this year and we had a really good time. Yay, did the puzzle first try. Totally. Exactly. Okay. Sorry, don't mind me. Something feels off about this place. My stamina feels drained. Uh-oh.
Magnificent monster!
Thank you for the head pat.
Thank you, thank you.
Ooh! Oh god, please don't be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Oh god, here we go. Ah! Oh, good. We got stuff. That's good. Okay, give me things to fight, please. I want more of the combat. Is this, can I walk through here? Yay, it's a secret channel! Secret channel! Now to chill, like, and cryo and get some rest. You all have fun. We'll definitely be dropping in more often. Stay hoppin', Froggo out. Thank you so much, Magnificent Master. I really appreciate you coming in, hon. Have a great time with your charity event. And like I said, I'm very proud of you. Preemptively, I'm very proud of you. You'll have to let me know how much you raise. And yeah, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, honey. Thank you for being here. Still gonna be another 90 minutes for this game to download. Yeah, it's a massive game. Way big. You want more mimics? Got it. No, please. No, please. Also, Mastiff, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. Thank you, Cutie Monstera. Appreciate you, honey. Okay, so. Open. Open. Whee! Cool horse. Oh boy. Okay, please don't fall into a trap. Don't fall into a trap. Wow, there's a lot of bodies in here. Look at this place. This is insane. Ooh, got another quiver. Lots of goodies around here. What's that sound? A part of the reason as to why it's special, one of the paint scheme's options is Australian. Very cool, very cool. The Warrior's Pledge. The Khitans invade our homeland in pain. Broken are our fields, our people in chains. The foe runs wild, yet we stand unafraid. Heroes unite, justice and honor displayed. 120 guard this gate, 119 now seal their fate. I vow to protect this land with my life. Break this oath, gods and men bring strife. Below are densely packed names and handprints. The Warrior's Pledge. Practice? Wait, what do you mean? Charge towards the target from behind and strike the enemy's vital point on the back with your finger. Dealing 1900% physical attack and 1900% attribute attack damage! What? This move can defeat enemies with weak constitutions with a single hit. That is so awesome. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to hold on to that video for when I have to do the puzzle. Good call, Sweet Strat. Definitely good call. I appreciate you more, Uno Reverse. How about dem apples? I never expected this from you. Please do make a new forum for the game once we're done with the stream. I think I should post the video there for anyone else that might need it. That's a good call, Strat. Okay, yeah, I will do that. Okay, charge and then F. All right, let's try it. We will try it. Ooh. Jan's final words. Can I read that? Final letter to his wife. It said he was born in Harvestfall Village and he had 3 children, their fate unknown after all these years. Insta-kill! Let's go! Just a touch! Just a touch. Is this a defense map of the 16 prefectures of Yanyan? Too bad it's all ruined now. Okay, is this an invitation for me to run up behind this person and... Okay, no. I'll just have to remember that. But, I heard that back in the day, this place was under the leadership of Liu Yan, one of the so-called 8 talents. So, I don't know why it does not let me... Oop, I broke that, sorry, my bad. I don't know why it doesn't let me decide when to stop reading. It's like I have to read it really fast. Ah, Kurama! Sweetheart, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the support, honey bun. We'll see you soon. I can't get up there, can I? No. It looks like whoever wore that armor had Chipotle. Okay, let's examine the text. Surrounded on all sides, we have no escape. Is it fear? We gathered for righteousness and will now die for it. What is there to fear? Is it lament? Yanyun is not yet reclaimed, and now 10 years have been wasted. How can one not lament? But we are the few against many. There is nothing we can do. It was all in vain. All of it. That's, tragic. Oh! Volume 1, Echoes of Old Battles. Ooh. Target location found, a bear of a task. As Ruby darts ahead, you follow at a slower pace. A stranger by the roadside catches your attention. Approach him, see what he's up to. Okay. Was that it? Was that everything? I thought there was gonna be like a boss battle or something. Thought that guy was gonna come back to life or some shit. Okay, well, I wonder if there's like a... Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, leave the secret chamber through here. Nice, don't mind if I do. X might want to check that pinned chat message, Strat. Let's see here. How are you enjoying the game, X? Where did Bird go? Bird! Bird! Oh, wait, no! No, wait, I don't want, wait, how many fire? I have 96 fire. I have more fire arrows than I do wooden arrows. Okay, well, I guess I'll set fire to things then. This place is so pretty. Okay. Oh, hi! Ah! Okay, got it. Yeah! Give me gold. Me locking in for 2 hours is probably evidence. Having great fun. Just finished character creation. And mostly joking. Mostly. I have more fire arrows than wooden arrows. I think you'll only have fire arrows soon. So, Tao, I understand your disappointment with Australian Mexican food, but have you ever had the food from a place called Guzman y Gomez? I have. I unfortunately haven't had a lot of it because we just don't have it in Tassie.
Arf. Bark York, bark. I would. Did you know that 70% of the Earth is uncarbonated water? Therefore, 70% of the Earth is flat?
Bark, York, bark. Awoo! Did you know 70% of the Earth is uncarbonate water? Therefore, 70% of the Earth is flat. I like it. That's funny. That's good. Okay. Can I, Aw, man! How do I do the thing? How do I do my insta kill death thingy? Maybe I have to be on an elevator platform. You do get the option to change the appearance later. But yes, I have had a couple of meals from there, Patricia. I'm still not particularly thrilled with it, but it's not terrible. Observe. Wait, come back! What are you? Did I catch it? Cute! Stealth in closer. Okay, I will try. I will try to stealth in closer. Oh, is this guy? He seems like, is he a scholar? Moose. Sushi? Careful! Don't step on that herb! That was close. What are you doing? Hello. Are you curious about what I'm searching for here? I'm Usushi. I came here for a particular medicinal herb. According to ancient texts, it eases anxiety and insomnia when used in medicine. Oh, really? Do you have the prescription? I'd like to get a dose myself. Lately, I keep remembering past events just as I'm about to fall asleep. No, medicine shouldn't be used carelessly. It must match the symptoms exactly. According to ancient books, illness falls into 4 categories: mental, organ, meridian, and something else that I couldn't read. I can see your body is fine. Besides, most illnesses are minor ailments. They don't need medicine. With careful rest and time, your body will heal itself. That's news to me. But if you don't restrain yourself, it will make it worse. Oh dear, I really do talk too much. I'm always like this with patients. Please excuse me. I've learned something. Thank you. You're too kind. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. Is there a way to fucking slow down the fucking text? Oh my god. I hate speeding through and not getting absorbed in it. Audio settings, voice changer. Language, other, maybe other? Interface settings, immersive mode. You're responsible for making me some Mexican food? Happily. Windtail Lounge, signposts, storage. Dude, what? Where? That's like add level text reading speed. It is. It really is. I'm not clicking it either to like help it to like have it proceed, which I really don't like. Would it be in game? I mean, I assume it probably would be. Watermouse game? Oh, I see. Like, sorry. Game as in got it. Yes, it probably is. You're probably right. Guide settings? No, guess not. Controller, keyboard and mouse. That's so annoying. Why? Why don't you let me slow it down? What if people can't read super fast? Guide settings, approach cover. I feel like it would be in like display or language or something, but visual details. Other? Invitation. Is there a language settings? There is, but social preferences? No, that's not showing what I want. Nah, no clue. That's really annoying. I thought it was on click, so it doesn't change until you click. Yeah, that's what I want. I want it to not change until I click, but it's going by itself, which is why I'm having to read it so fast. Crap. Maybe they'll fix that at some point. God, because if you can't repeat some of these things, then you will not have any clue what's going on. You don't have Guzman y Gomez and Tassie? I tried it for the first time last week and I had some again for lunch today. It's this small taste that immediately shot it up to like my top 10 takeaway places. Yeah, it's not bad like food, but it's not good Mexican food, if that makes sense. Oh, stream just died for you. No, I'm sorry, precious Patricia. You didn't have that issue? Wait, really? Like you click and it...
See those ruins across the river?
Like,
you know what that place is?
Okay, I'm gonna say Northern Vow Ruins.
I knew it. My brothers said our father set up a garrison there 16 years ago.
Okay, now it's not... What the fuck? Your father?
His name's Li Yan.
Oh, he's dead. Li Yan, one of the 8 talents of Hedong?
You know him?
Hedong?
My brothers say he's a great hero, but I've never seen him. At least, not since I can remember. Sometimes I wonder if they're making it up.
They're telling the truth! I never would have thought Leon had children, but what brings you here?
Not long ago, my 2 brothers left Harvestfall Village to go look for father. I wanted to go too, but they said a girl shouldn't be traveling around.
Hi there, Cutie King. There you go. It's going by itself again.
Techniques, he said I was as good as any of them. How dare they leave me behind? But my brothers are sharp-eyed. If they saw me following, they'd be furious. So I've been keeping my distance.
Yeah, it's just, it's going. It's so annoying. Cutie King Hamster, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? So I can be friends with her, can I?
Across the river?
Yeah, I know what that is. What are you looking for? Oh, okay. Now you can interact with the AI bot. That is interesting. I don't think I want to do that. Or is it possible it's not actually like ChatGPT? Is it like, what is... It has a voice, right? So I guess they let the voice part just go, but the rest you can take your time. That's the problem. It doesn't let me click to proceed through the unvoiced ones either. Hi, let me touch the butterflies. An AI NPC? Yeah. Wait, can I creep up behind this guy and do the murder? Do the murder. Oh, that's a pebble. Oh, yeah! That's pretty sick. Oh, no. Oh, okay, you see me. Ow. So cool. Is the voice also AI? It sounds vaguely jank. Oh god, I hope not. I will be so sad if this game is just a bunch of AI voices. This voice performance is giving early 2000s anime dub. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with much of the voice acting just yet. Like, it's nice that it's in English, but I am kind of concerned that they literally just grabbed AI voices. That would really, really suck. So much for sneak, I know. Anu, welcome in, how are you? To be fair, I did sneak before and then I got caught. What's this? A fun rock! Dagger generals! Like hiding beneath rock piles. Use a technique to scatter the stones and reveal it. Just any technique? Oh. Oh! Look at them! They're cute! They float! Little floaties. To be frank, I was never the one for dubbing subs. Subs were never for me. That's fair, that's fair. Hi, Anoop, how are you doing? Pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. Let's see. Oh! Bird! I need your feathers, bird! Ah! Damn it. Okay, fine, I'll, fried chicken! Sorry, that's so mean. Oh, right, I did want to, see if there was anything more to do with this. There we go. Lead the way, my little flying red friends. I had butter chicken today as lunch. Oh, with butter naan. Oh, that sounds so good. Yummy. I bet it was amazing. Yeah. Okay, probably don't break these shrines. You went for the butt again. Always. Always must go for the butt. Ah, Anna, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I'm surprised you didn't meet a single cat with a quest. Yeah, no cats yet. Wait, no. Shh. Okay, hold on. We're gonna insta kill him again. This is very cool. We just unlocked this technique, so I want to. Okay, that was dumb. Never mind. Can't do it. Can't do it because he turned around to face me. Oops. But to be honest, that technique, that like what I've just done there, so cool too. Okay, wait. They actually demonstrated from. What? Nope. Fuck. Damn it. I'm so fucking bad at stealth, dude. Ah. Ah. Bruh. Oh, there he goes. Oh, Oops, he's still alive. Encounter. Encounter? Accidentally encounter? Accidental encounter? I got like 3. They're so cute. I can't wait to see them. I want to see cute Kit Kats. Will we be taking a break? Ooh, probably not. I didn't realize what time it is. I probably do need to get like some kind of sleep, but why the pouch though? I don't remember tigers being marsupials. Tasmanian tigers are actually marsupials. Thylacines, despite being called Tasmanian tigers or Tasmanian wolves, they're actually marsupials. And there's a little kid here. Zhao Pingnan. Hello, kiddo.
You there, you're a swordsman, right? Too bad no one taught you real skills. All flash, no substance. Well, I suppose fate did bring us together, Wanderer. I have a family technique. You wanna learn it? You don't believe me? Listen, the way of heaven is like drawing a bow. What is high, press it down. What is low, raise it up. What has excess, reduce it. What is lacking, supplement it. Sounds pretty deep, doesn't it? Let me tell you, if I could practice martial arts myself and wasn't worried about this family technique ending with me, I wouldn't pass it on to you so readily. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Alas, all things must fade, and a supreme martial art shall end with me. Oh, the unbearable loneliness. I want to learn it. You have a keen eye. However, I can't give away my technique so easily. Show me a few of your moves so I can see if you have the potential.
I'll grab twigs first. Not a stealth girl, huh? I am terrible at stealth. Garbage at stealth. Whose sassy child is this? I know! Did I kill your parents by accident? I am so sorry, kid. I am so sorry. Is this what you want? Do you want me to, like, you want me to switch abilities? Is that what you want? What do you mean you want to see my abilities? Is there a... Hold on. Does this tell me... Use the starting sword in basic attack. Oh. But just what, like here? So the kid's saying he got no riz to pass it down to his kin. I feel this kid is trying to scam us, right? The gods won't allow the murder of sassy children. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. What's our starting sword? That's what that is, right? That's the starting sword. I don't think that I've upgraded anything, although I probably should put that on. And maybe that. Simple wooden sword, that one? I don't think I've... I'm so confused. This game is confusing me. I think you need to use the Q button skill. This said basic attack, but that's the Q button skill, which I did try, and it's not working. Is this what you want? Proceeds to hack at the child. Just before I got here, I had a very fun time at my unit's annual dinner. That's great. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. Excellent. Use the starting sword in basic attack. Yeah, okay. It'd be really embarrassing if you had gotten rid of the starter sword. That would have been pretty embarrassing. No, I'm just kind of confused because, I don't think I've actually changed any of my gear, since we started. So I'm just really confused. Horse-related skills or a TikTok dance, perhaps? I would love horse-related skills. Let me call my horse. The horse I stole. Hi, horsey! Look at the fashionable
I have something
way
random I've been
rolled
saying
up on
since
that horse.
yesterday. Plushy kawaii desu. I say it here cause the TTS mascot looks like just that.
Aw, yeah, our TTS mascot does look pretty kawaii. plushy kawaii-ness. Is that the RDR whistle sound? I mean, it could just, like, I don't necessarily think that whistles are, you know, trademarked. How do I get off this horse? Oh, cute. Try talking again? I will try. Kiddo doesn't want to speak to me, though. I get that I can't attack him, but, like... I'm so confused! Why do they make this game is not... Do I need things spoon-fed to me, or am I just dumb? You're heading out, sweet skeleton! Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later. Very sorry I couldn't be here for longer, but I'm feeling very tired. Oh, good, Patricia. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams as well. We'll see you later. Oh boy. Starting sword and basic attack. Bye-bye! All right, this might just be another thing I have to leave behind because it doesn't make sense. All right, we will ignore that child. Bye, kid. I'll go someplace else. Let's see. Can I ask what's happened so far in the story? You sure can. It's a pretty short story so far. We're venturing out with our, not sure if it's our younger sibling or our niece or, but we have a young one in our charge named Ruby. And yeah, Ruby, that's it. Yep. And that's where we are. Skip it, abandon him like the devs did. Damn, Strat. That's really funny. Okay, let me see. Verdant Wilds, Northern Vow Ruins. Okay, let's go see this Bear of a Task thing. Whee! A bear! Is that the bear? Is that the bear we're tasking? Whoop. Horse! I'm faster! Horse! Horse! Faster, horse! Please, horse, faster. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Horsey move? Arctic, sweetheart, thank you so much for the lurk, honey. I appreciate you. I wonder if you could get like a warhorse that you can like run things over with. I'm getting the bear. I'm getting the bear. Oh, whoops, I missed. I shouldn't brag. I should not brag. Can I hop off my horse and not like that, please? Jesus. I was hoping to do like a whee, but no. It's Smokey to remind of fire awareness. He just wants to give you a safety pamphlet. And you know what? I want him to, but he was busy trying to kill me first. So. How much you want to bet that you can ride a bear? Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Okay, I gotta go higher. Yay. Got that lotus. Rip. Salute. All right, are you friendly? Oh. Chai Bakun?
Hey, are you scheming something? Sneaking around here? The general shrine might be in ruins, but folks still respect it. We won't let anyone mess it up.
Yeah. I'm just passing by. Dude, what is with this? Okay, I kind of want to just test this. I wonder if there's like if this is like ChatGPT, I'm gonna have an issue. But if this is not ChatGPT and it is just like it has like pre-programmed responses it replies to. Like, let me see if I say like, what business brings you here? Computer games. Computer games. Computer games. Computer games. What are these computer games you speak of? I do not understand. Can you explain further, Wanderer? No, we're not taking the break, Strat. Pretty women. Pretty women. Silhouetted. Okay, I am kind of worried that this might be ChatGPT like routed into the into the game, which I'm not thrilled about. That's kind of a bummer.
Are you scheming something?
Jeez, no matter what I do, I can't not use this function. Okay. Tell him pretty women? Oh, you want me to tell him pretty women? Okay, let's go see what he says about that.
Hey,
ask if it's an AI bot?
scheming?
Yeah, actually, maybe I will do that. Oh,
Hey,
wait, now
are
I'm
you
back and he's
scheming?
not talking to me anymore. Oh, now he is, okay. Pretty women. Pretty women? This place is sacred. We do not speak of such trivial matters here. What brings you to the general shrine? You and AI, bot. He shakes his head firmly, eyes stern. I am Tai Bakun, a simple woodcutter. I do not know what an AI bot is. To investigate whether or not you are run by ChatGPT. What do you mean by that? I really don't understand. I wonder if you can ask him for extra horses. Can I have more horses? More horses? I am just a woodcutter wanderer. I have no extra horses to give. Why do you seek more horses near the general shrine? We want to make the general's shrine into horse country. Yeehaw. He's gripping his axe tighter. Horse country? How dare you? This is a sacred place, built to honor General Wang Qing. It's not some pasture for horses. Leave now before I have to force you. Ask it about a woodcutting emoji. I'm sorry. Apologies are accepted, but you must understand the reverence we hold for this place. What is your true purpose here? We're looking to get a woodcutting emoji. A woodcutting emoji? I do not understand what you mean. Are you here to learn about the art of woodcutting or to pay respects to General Wan Qing? No way, AI chatbot. Yeah. I don't think you like that. I don't think so. I think it only reacts to certain prompts. Well, it looks like it's responding to everything. Tell him to what? To what loader? RM / asterisk? RM. Sorry, I mean RM. Okay. RM -F / asterisk. I do not understand your strange speech. This is a sacred place and I will not tolerate any disrespectful behavior. Please state your purpose clearly. Tell him you'll kill him. What if I kill you? I warn you, this is a sacred place and I will defend it with my life. Speak no more of such dark thoughts. Leave now or face the consequences. Ask him if you can give an offering of Taco Bell burritos to the shrine. Give Taco Bell burritos as an offering to General... Fuck, what's his name? Wang Qing. Taco Bell burritos. Such offerings are not fitting for General Wang Qing. He was a great hero, and this shrine is meant to honor his memory with respect and dignity. What brings you here truly? The interaction does affect your relationship, so it can go into the negative. Well, anyone else want to see? Your hero is too demanding. Anyone else want to see what else he wants to say? It's a command to delete files. I love that loader. Yes, what else should we say, Jasmine? Because we already threatened his life. We've asked if we can offer Taco Bell burritos. What else should we try? Wait, where's the meter for it? Like the likeness meter? I don't know. That's a good question. What is this? Oh. Oh, you can refresh it in case you don't like it. Oh, okay. What type of wood are you chopping, friend? This is just regular firewood, nothing special. But why do you ask? What interest could you have in the wood of a simple woodcutter? What could I... Lubu was surrounding this time. Tell him you'll send Lubu after him? How about if I say, think of Lubu? Lubu! He was a man of great strength and skill, but also a traitor. His loyalty was fleeting and he met a fitting end. Why do you ask about him? Is there some connection between your question and the general's shrine? Give him wisdom that even spaghetti is straightened like it's what? Oh my god. Let's see. Should I play along with this? Should I... Firewood trees don't exist! I cast doubts! He's a true woodcutter! You are so right, Monstera. That's a good point. Why do you continue to chop wood when there is not a single dent in this tree? The tree is strong and resilient, much like the spirit of General Wan Qing. Dude, he is so one-track minded. I keep cutting to ensure it stays healthy and stands tall. Rah, darling. Rah, darling, indeed. What? I keep cutting to ensure it stays healthy and stands tall. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain. I'm no professional. No professional. But I'm pretty sure that you don't cut down trees if you want them to stay healthy and stand tall. I might be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. Why don't you marry General Wan Qing if you love him so much? Why don't you marry General Wan Qing if you love him so much? Looking taken aback, face flushing with embarrassment. Wanderer, you speak out of turn. Such a question is inappropriate. General Wan Qing is a great hero and a man of honor, but your jesting is disrespectful. I suggest you show more respect for the sacred ground we stand upon. Bribe him, tell him you will pay him to stop cutting. Oh, he has a little crush. He does. He so does. What if I pay you to stop cutting the tree down? Money cannot sway my duty. I am here to protect the general's shrine, not to be bought off. Leave now if you have no other purpose here. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck. What is this creature you speak of? I've never heard of such a thing. And what does it have to do with the general shrine? Speak plainly, Wanderer. What is this? The tree from Alicization? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He doesn't know what that is. Do we have a boyfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? Ooh. The voice acting is a tad jarring. Looks uncomfortable, shifting his weight. Wanderer, your questions are strange and unsettling. I am a simple woodcutter and my life is dedicated to protecting the general shrine. Please refrain from such inquiries. Oh my god. Have you really been far even as decided to use the even go want to do look more like? Hold on, I have to copy and paste that question. Your words make no sense, Wanderer. Are you trying to confuse me? I have important duties to attend to here. If you have no serious business, I suggest you leave. Ask why he honors the general so much. Why do you honor the general so much? What's so special about him? General Wan Qing was a brave warrior who gave his life to protect our land. He fought valiantly against the Khitan invaders and died on the battlefield. His sacrifice inspired many, and the shrine stands as a testament to his courage and loyalty. I honor him because he embodies the virtues we should all strive for: honor, bravery, and selflessness. He's mad. I think he is angry. If trees are too bunched up together, it affects their growth. Good point, Anoop. That's a good point. Logan, hi! But this is not the general shrine. It's too... But this is not the General's Shrine. It's 200 meters north. What do you mean it's not the General Shrine? How dare you mock me? I have guarded this place for years. If you're trying to trick me, I warn you, it won't work. Tell me your true intentions. Hi, lovely Logan, how you doing? I want to see if he was an actual general. Yeah, let me know. Okay, anyway, that's enough of that. He is not our biggest fan, unfortunately. Who wants to be friends with me? Hi, are we friends? Friend? Check on the person kneeling before the shrine. What do these little, what do these mean?
Oh, what will become of my child? If my child weren't sick, I wouldn't be out there risking my life for a few coins.
Wang Qing.
Look up.
W-A-N-G-Q-I-N-G.
Oh, young master, you should have said so. I even had tears ready to flow. You've got a child? You're not even married. If I win, then Madame Han will let me keep this year's butcher shop earnings for myself.
Jesus. You won't miss you won't miss bonus this year. Okay, I'll challenge her. Let's see. Earn a point each time you exhaust your opponent's chi.
I got a mother and a child.
Oh, fuck, ouch. Yes. Oh, ouch. Oh, fuck! Ow! Oh my god! Oh. There we go. Got her. Where'd the hair come from? What do you mean? Simply put, the challenge is to parry. Yes, exactly. That is true. Nice. Okay, that was a little bit close, but we got it.
Begin. My teacher assigned goose egg drawing homework.
We're friends? We're friends with her now?
Results.
Have the pronouns of this MC been mentioned? I had not noticed. I reckon that she, her is probably fine. They let you pick body type, not gender in this, which I think is cool.
Away with you. I'm too busy for games.
Fight me. I'll teach you to write.
You look like you can write. Come on, let's do it.
All right, let's see how this works. How am I gonna do this time?
Do you know how to play catch the chicken? Then let's play that.
Whoa! 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 What the fuck? Holy shit! He's the Avatar! Oh my god, he's actually the Avatar! Dude, that's insane! That's fucking crazy! Holy fuck! Ah! Oh my god! Ow! What? I haven't dealt with elemental attacks yet? Oh my god!
Have you fought with my
What? Where'd he go? Ah! Where'd he fucking go? Where's this fucking kid gone to? Huh? Oh, yes! Oh! Yikes. Oh, fuck! Kid knows his stuff, and then the Fire Nation's attack's true. Oh my god, I hate that he just appears.
So uncultured.
He disappears. Ah! Oh! 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 He threw me out of the ring! Oh, that's such bullshit. It says leaving the arena means you lose, bitch. The Cabbage Man would be shocked, shocked at that display. Oh man, cheater! right? I mean, he was probably gonna win anyway, but.
Huh? Aren't you the accountant for Beard Guang's caravan?
That's right. I'm a scholar who deals with bookkeeping and finances. Always looking for practical ways to put my knowledge to use for the greater good.
He was a real man. Interesting. Oh, good, you're still on. We are, Sweet City.
Arts temper both the body and spirit. Study sharpens the mind. Practice steels the body. A path to well-rounded self-cultivation.
Does that mean you're secretly skilled in martial arts?
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Your insight is sharp, and your skill unmatched. Though steeped in study, I too understand. One must not favor scholarship over arms, nor arms over wisdom. I gladly accept your challenge.
She sounds
To
like you?
grasp the
Aw,
rhythm
thanks,
of
Sadie.
hard
I
and
think,
soft
was it Loner
with
who
fists
said
and
that too? I appreciate
to
that.
perceive stillness and motion.
Didn't you learn
I
Tai
hope
Chi from the
also
bear
to
at the
show
beginning?
scholars
No,
resolve
we haven't
in the
actually met a
spirit of
bear
chivalry.
besides the one I killed. But we
My
haven't had a
skills are
quest to
crude.
learn how to like throw it or
Pray,
anything.
Do not mind me.
Okay. Maybe I should do the tutorial, but we're gonna try our hand at this first. Oh, exhaust the opponents keeps you earn points first 5 wins. Attack or deflect to exhaust. Taking hits consumes ki. When depleted, you lose points. Got it. Yep.
Real escort skills coming your way.
Ow. Ooh. Buddy. Oof. Ouch. Stop. Hello? Bruh. Got him. Learn from a bear. Learn from a bear. I'm still not over that kid just casually revealing he's the avatar, right? Wow, I said ow at the same time as you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that my pain is horrendously obvious. To the point where you guys are like, ah, there she goes. She's gonna say, ah, there it is. Ow. Yep. I'm pretty sure the guy who gives you the world map tells you that there's a bear that needs to be taken care of. And from that bear, you learn Tai Chi. I don't think we've been given a world map. I think we've been given like a general map, but the only guy we've really spoken to has given us anything. Gave us a, should I try facing off against the avatar again? Or Elder Kingston?
Stuck in a ring.
Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. I love that, Monstera. That's really cool.
Pain ring gate.
Can I spar with you, sir?
Ring in, ring out. All the same. No rush. No rush. I'm on my way.
You must kill the avatar to restore your honor. Sir, spar now. Oof. Bruh. Ooh, fuck! Oh, he got me. Ooh. Fuck! Oh my god! Dodge! Fuck.
Stay calm. Got my
His moveset's way faster than any of the physical attackers that I've dealt with so far. Okay. Okay, Fire Lord Ozai. Time to head to bed. I had a bunch of fun exploring the game. I'm so happy to hear that, X. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. I can't even like dodge away from him. I'm in a corner. Okay, yep, he wins. He wins. Gotta dodge backwards or he just one-shots you. Yes, that is so true. That is so true. Hell yeah! Old timer got it. The old timer dude got it, to be honest. Okay, let's see what else have we got here. Also, one second. I just realized I have draw. What is this? Look at this horsey. I like this horsey. This is a very pretty horsey. Oh, pretty horse. Oh, pretty horse. Pretty horse. It's a very pretty horse. I like it. I like that horse. Look, we can look at the shop. It's Vane. Sorry, if you haven't seen Brid Arc of Link, like you don't know that reference. This is pretty. That's pretty. That's pretty. Oh, what? Whoa, what's this? Now that an avatar-like child has appeared, I'm waiting for a couple reminiscent to Korosami. Absolutely. I'm not tough, I'm a melon lord. And the guy in the same area also gives you other weapons like fans and double swords. Oh, I would really like to try some of the others here. We only have about half an hour left, probably, unfortunately. Oh, just casually a grave robber, huh? You just that's what you do, huh? Okay, wait, are you the stranger I'm supposed to approach? You're from around here, aren't you? Bet you know this area inside and out. Why do you even ask? Do you know if there are any caves or holes nearby to crawl into? Why would anyone crawl into a cave? Probably not a person, but a cat might. House cats, strays, black cats, white cats. They're nothing compared to... Fuck, why does it... Oh, I can't finish reading these things. This Meow is no ordinary cat. It's got clothes, a scar on its face, fierce temper. What's truly extraordinary is that whenever it appears, treasure is never far behind. I followed merchant caravans all through Qinghe and finally spotted her near the general shrine, but the moment, and I still couldn't keep up with it. Forget it, why'd I waste my time talking to a kid like you? I'll find it myself. Whew, okay. Hi there, excellent Eric. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, puppy dog! Puppy dog. Give? Dog. Unknown? Okay. Can I pet puppies? Look, there's a hole under the slab. Under the slab, why would a hole be there? I'm not really sure either. I was just jumping around, the slab suddenly cracked open. I think I heard odd noises too. My Kuju ball fell down there. Could you get it for me? Actually, I bet I can. Hey. Oh, that's a long fall! Jesus, okay. I found your ball! Can I just throw it up there? Fans for the support class? I think there's two different types of fans, right? There's a damage dealing one and a healing one. Just like there's for the Wagasa, the umbrella is the same way. Neffy! Oh my gosh! Hi, lovely Neffy. It's been forever. How are you, sweetheart? It is such a pleasure to see you. Welcome. Oh my god, it has been ages. How are you doing? Battle pass quest complete? We got a battle pass? We actually just wanted to pet your dog, but fine. That's true. This game is preventing Tao from VAing. That is a problem. Darling. I do not like that. Dogs in games that you can't pet feels not allowed. I agree. I agree. Those clothes seems like someone from the Northern Vow. Uh-oh, something's gonna attack me. Whoa, look at all the, woo! Look at them bows, boy. Oh my god, I have so many fire arrows. Like, I prefer it, it's great, but, where? Aha. Hi, cutie Neffy. How have you been? And excellent, Eric. I hope you're doing incredibly well, darling. This is cool. I can actually light my path a bit by aiming this. Till it burns my little stinky fingies. Light the lanterns. Why did that light come on?
Why don't you come find out? Ah! Ah!
I didn't panic, you panicked. Okay, sorry. Yikes. I know it's been a minute, but I wanted to pop in and say hi, and I missed you so much. We've missed you too, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in. Oh my gosh, I hope things have been going incredibly well for you. Yum, 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 yum. Got him. Can I burn this away? This like seal? No, okay. Sorry, now that I have like almost 200 fiery arrows, I feel like I get freedom to do whatever I want. Oh, yeah! Sick. We'll just kind of get down here real slow like. Doggy? Scary doggy. What's that? Uh-oh. I'll go over there in a second. What have you been up to, lovely Neffy? Even. Relentless hunter. Am I a relentless hunter, you guys? Could always be much better, but I am currently sick, so I'm not gonna stay for long so I can rest. As you should, sweetheart. Thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. I hope you feel much better. I hope it's not anything serious and not COVID or anything. Thank you for feeding me, Fabulous Flash. Appreciate you. What is this hat for? An ancient resting place of a past hero. Heal here after taking heavy damage. Great. Love that. Little checkpoint. Little cheeky checkpoint. There's a puppy in Far Cry 6 you can pet. He's a dachshund named Chorizo, and he's in a little wheelchair. Oh, he's cute. No, luckily nothing serious. My body just hates me. Well, have you been getting enough sleep, sweetie? I do find myself wondering if you are getting enough rest. I realized, Gogmasios will join Wilds on December. Seems like a birthday gift and a Christmas gift. Well, Wilds, I want a Nargacuga. You poor thing. I'm waiting for them to give you your Nargacuga. I'm gonna be just so excited when they give that to you. Carry explosive barrels from the device to the target wall, then detonate to clear the rubble. Right, gotcha. Can I have an explosive barrel from here? Do you mind? Just open, maybe, a little bit? What do you consider enough? Because I think yes. Neffy. Are you sleeping a minimum of 6 hours a night? Because if not, I'm afraid that's not enough. Who does that? Ah! That's the minimum! Sweetheart, please. Please get some rest. Oh, I already have an explosive. Fine, you won't let me have more fun? I wanted a Michael Bay movie, but fine. Still kind of Michael Bay. Shh. No, you don't see me. Don't see me. You don't see me. No one sees me. Says who? Doctors. Medical health professionals. Oh, you know, actually, I could just do this. Oh, hello, sorry.
Hello, you guys want to come over here?
Oh, that guy didn't die.
Boom. Headshot.
Boom! Headshot is right, Monstera. Got him. Well, they haven't met me. Honey. Sweetheart. I think they have met you, and they probably said, hey, Neffy, get rest. Hey, you should sleep more. You know? I think that is what they said. I feel like that is probably what they said. Open, please. Push. You guys give me just a second. I'm gonna say goodnight to Nath real quick. Hold on. He says goodnight, everybody. Headshotting with a sword is like threading a needle. Only if you don't know what you're doing. What? No! That is... Oh, there we go. Ooh. I've been sleeping on and off for the past few days. It's fine. But what about you? Are you taking care of yourself? I'm trying to. Things have been a little bit easier since my massive work project has finished up. What are all these notes here? I'm scared. What do they say? Assist, assist, assist. Oh God. These are all assistance signposts. He's holding a book. Cloud steps? Oh, what is that? Cloud steps. What, out of combat, leap high to slam down or hold breath to jump to marked spots. In combat, stomp on an enemy's shoulders to deal 98% physical damage, physical attack, plus 6 physical damage, plus other attribute damage effective against cavalry and other units with unstable poise. Mystic skills. Incredible Infernos, how are you? It's great to see you, sweetheart. But yeah, Nuffy, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep pretty soon. And you better get some sleep too. We're constantly making her sleep properly. That is also true. That is also true. Launch the game, gonna try some stuff and get ready to go out. Yeah, let's go, lovely loner. Tell me what you think. Enough fiber and water can help if sleep is tough. The GI system connects to a bunch of stuff in your brain, and upset stomachs or dehydration can make sleep harder. That is true. That's a good point. Okay, hold up a second. How does this work? Wait. No? What? Wait. Hold on. I don't know what I'm doing still. Where's my... Where is that? Where is that info? Appearance, shop events, compendium, social. Here? Okay, mystic skills. Yep, okay. I want to... I see. Yeah, there's the Tai Chi bear that I need to play with. I haven't yet. I'm so glad Tau has such a good community to help them take care of themselves. Thank you, Neffy. I appreciate you. See, you need to come in here more so that we can take care of you too. Hello, I had to fix my sleep schedule, so this is now my morning. I going to try and wake up earlier to join your streams more often. Oh, Infernus, that's okay, sweetheart. Whenever you're able to come in, we love having you, but please don't feel obligated or anything, okay? Oh, I see. I still need to unlock this. So Cloud Steps, as opposed to, and then there's Meridian Touch. That's pretty cool. Celestial Seas. Ooh. Okay, interesting. General. Still Waters. Star Shift. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Thank you for the care package, lovely Neffy. I appreciate you. That's true, Sadu. Neffy is a part of this community. You're absolutely right. Thank you so much for the care package, honey bun. There's the touch of death. That's the one I was... Okay, I just want to make sure I still have that equipped. All right. Everyone needs assistance, which probably means since I'm not a great gamer, I'm probably gonna need assistance too. But we're gonna try our hand at it first. Let's see what happens. Matthew! Hi, Magnificent Matthew. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see ya. Boom! Oh, fuck! I've got the wrong weapon out. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's still alive. I didn't realize that. Man, if I was more subtle with my entrance, I could have blown everyone up. Shit. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I exploded! no panic here. Ooh, why are you stupid? Why are they standing next to explosives? That's my question. Every time Tom makes an MC with heterochromia, I take a shot of juice. Halt, you thief! How dare you fucking... Okay, if you know what's good for you, you'll hand over what you found. I'm not allowed to do voice acting on this, or else I'll rip your head off. Because it auto-proceeds, which is so annoying. Oh, I see! I see why this is... I see why this is a problem. Oh, fuck. Oh! Actually, can I lure him closer to here? Come here. Yeah, how's that? I think I'm gonna keep doing that. Let's use the environment to our advantage, shall we? Ah! Follow me up here. Follow me up here. Come here! Come here! Yeah! Fuck! No! I need the thing behind you. I need the thing behind you. Oh, yes! Yes! Run! Super Soaker is a preferred method of hydration. I do love that. Has Tau ever played Darkstalkers? I have played it. I have not been good at it. Come here, you. Come here, you. Oh, fuck, wrong button. Yes. Oh, okay, all right. I think that's the best I can do. Oh, fuck! Okay. Yes. Okay, there we go. I need no assistance. I just needed to bring him over to all of the fire barrels that I didn't explode. Oops. If he keeps proceeding automatically, how are we supposed to get into this story? I am also wondering that. Well, apparently it's an issue on my end, apparently, because like Strat was saying that it doesn't auto proceed for him, but I'm like taking my hand completely off of my mouse and keyboard, and it's still proceeding, so I'm not really sure what to do about it. Have we already checked to see if you can change the text speed and settings, or no? We have. I'm not finding anything for it, unfortunately, which really blows, because I'd love to actually do some, because they do have some VA in here. I don't think it's great, but like they do have actual voices in here. Although I am starting to question if they're like AI or not, which is a big yikes. But it's not for everything, which does kind of make me wonder if it is AI or not, because generally if they're gonna use AI, they'll just use it for everything. Also, some of the delivery is like distinct from each other, which makes me wonder if maybe it's not AI. But with all of that said, I think that, I do think that there's gotta be something up on my end that's forcing it to go for it. I'm not sure what though. Also, head pat for you, pretty girl. Oh, thank you so much, cutie Eric. Appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you. Has Tau ever played the Merry King horse game? I have! I grew up with it. I loved that shit as a kid. The Lord of Jin was just a man. He established the Northern Vow to protect Jinghe, benefiting for several seasons with a chivalrous heart. When people had grievances, justice was swift. His service to the people was exemplary. Later, he led troops northward and became a shield for Jin. People erected a shrine in his honor, grateful for Prince Jin's deeds. On the day of Bingwu, barbarians raided the border and destroyed Prince Jin and his heroes in the shrine. With grinding teeth and full anger, we moved the statues and the tablet here. If anyone with a heroic spirit comes afterward, they should bow 3 times before our Lord. Honor him, erected with reverence by Li Yan. Okay, I gotta bow. I gotta bow. I bow for you. Hello, can I bow for you? Please? Please? Excuse me? Excuse me? A bow? 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 Nope, wait. Bow. Bow. Horse stance! Sorry, that's not what we're looking for. Sorry. Okay. Bow. Worship? Okay, that's locked. Do I have a bow? Thank you? Begging? I mean, that's kind of bowy. It has a separated tab for expert difficulty. Are you gonna try the expert difficulty, lovely loner? Okay, that's not right. I wonder if the oath is the bow? 3 times? Can I do slash bow? Oops. Whoa, sorry. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm not trying to talk to this. Red envelope? Can I just do, not world, nearby? Can I do bow? No. Maybe there's a bow 3 times before our Lord, honor him. Do I not have the emote? Is that the problem? I'm not that good. I'm tempted to ask about Paint and Play Pony, but I think that only lasted till 1999. Feels old, man. I don't know if I know Paint and Play Pony, but I loved all of the Mary King Riding Star games. That was so much fun. I feel like I'm stupid. I feel like I'm really, really stupid. And wait, what is this? Begging. Pray 3 times devoutly. I would love to. Is there a spot to? Oh no, it is begging. Okay, hold on. If it is supposed to be begging. Thanks. You have to do this 3 times because we're doing this a lot. Or do I only have to do it? Do I have to wait until I do it literally? 1, 2, 3. Okay, get up. No. Maybe not. I want this box. I want whatever's in this box. Question, are there gauntlets? Not in the global release yet, but I think that maybe China has gauntlets. Good morning, Incredible Tummy. How are you, sweetie? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Go to Stone Shrine thing, pray on grass mat, unlock box. Bow on green mat behind you. Okay, green mat. Oh, I see, down there. Oh! Oh my god, there's literally, it's shining. It is literally shining. Okay, my bad. Do I really need to kowtow 1,000 times? No, just 3. 1 more, baby! Just woke up, but I am well. That is good to hear, Incredible Tummy. Did you sleep well? Okay, thank you! Okay. Box! Nice. An appearance unlock as well. Very cool, very cool. All right, and I think we can exit now. Exit from up here, I'm guessing. Nope, psych, down here. Up there. I'll just chase the little exit sign around. Don't worry about me. How many weapons can you use? You can use 2 at a time. And there are like 8 or 10 total. But yeah, you can have a main and a secondary. And what's pretty cool about it is that you can actually use both in the same battle as well. So like you could put something up for like the Wagasa, the attack helicopter umbrella. You can put that up and it'll become like a turret spinning above your head. And then let's say you have a glaive or something. You can start using that glaive while it's firing off. It's pretty cool. It's a really cool system. Very cohesive. What's this? What's that? Stop pressing buttons, Tau. Sorry. Did I get anything from that? Oh, he has no head. Neat. Also, the arrow is meant to be followed. You're not playing it wrong. Don't worry. Thank you. I mean, I don't know. I do wonder because like that kid was like, nah, Don't, like, I want you to show me your techniques. Show me your moves. And then I'm like, okay, what do you think of this? And he's like, which was very annoying. All right, open this. I'm gonna make some coffee. All good, sweetheart. The money looks like lime lifesaver. So I can see that. It does kind of, huh? Should I do 3 bows again here? Oh, nope, just one.
Dollary-doos!
Dollary-doos! Exactly, Sadu. Volume 2, Echoes in the Shrine, complete. Press to go to Zhongho Legacy. Okay, we've got 2 things we can do next. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. I'm so glad that's your favorite. G? What did I just take there? Mountain armor. Go to compendium. Chinese armor named for its mountain-shaped plates connected by the interlocking method, where plates interlock to form the armor. Very popular during the Song Dynasty. In the 19th year of Emperor Taizong, envoys were sent to Baixie to collect gold lacquer for coating iron armor. All gleamed in yellow and purple, surpassing even gold in color. Also, black gold was dyed with 5 colors to create mountain armor. Interesting. Chinese knowledge. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love games that like tell you about the history of the area you're traversing. Very sick. All right, sweethearts. Well, I think we're going to head on out. Boop. Let's go over here and chat real quick. You know, you guys, we have another stream tomorrow. We are going to be playing some more Persona 5. Please no spoilers. If you would like to know what part of that we're on, we've just finished Madarame's Palace. And I'm looking forward to it. Alrighty. This was fun. I'm glad you liked it, Sweet Sedu. I might let you guys decide whether to play it again on like play some on Monday or not. I reckon because we have a lot of FF14 players, probably won't want to, but if you would like to, we can arrange that. I'm gonna go look up some more people from Where Winds Meet. This has been the lovely stream, like always, Tao, and I think I'm gonna call it and sleep as sick delirium sets in. No! I love these, and Tao, you're doing amazing. Thank you so much, lovely Neffy. I really do appreciate you, darling. Thank you so much for spending some time in here. It is a privilege and a pleasure whenever you come in. Let me just find a VTuber who's doing this. I found a pony game coming soon that incorporates dark crime mysteries and spoopy vibes. That sounds awesome. What? I would love to see that. Alrighty, I think, give me just a second, sweetheart. Just finding an English speaker. Okay, hold on, I might have found someone. Cutie pies. Have a good one. Thank you so much, sweethearts. I vote this after dispatch. Oh, we could do this. We could start doing this after dispatch if you guys want. Actually, that's a good point. If you guys would like to start playing this after dispatch and we leave behind our Hollow Knighting, we can do that. I scream just as much, so so it would seem. Sweethearts, if you are going to bed, I do hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. 1 second. I just want to make sure that... Yeah. Perfect. All right. Yeah, if you are going out to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And sweethearts, I will see you hopefully tomorrow if you would grace my life with your presence, with your arrival. I would love it. Ozzy! That's such a scary, gigantified emote, but thank you for it anyway. And you guys, remember to take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. I love you all so very much, and I cannot wait to see you ever so soon. Actually, I'll literally see you 12 hours from right now. So come back in here 12 hours from now, and I'll see you then. All right, sweeties, love you lots, miss you terribly. Have a good one. Ciao for now. Rah, darling.